On today's episode of Everyday People, Aunt Ekia will be sharing her life challenges. Come with me, let's go and listen to her story. Please, how is business going?
Oh, I don't have to say business is booming. No. Every day no 20 Ghana you be fa ko manopani afaba ba betena se won she na me so ya ball 5 na ma sorry na me kofi bi wo me ba 6 o'clock wo go to ade na wo de ba wo bo price na ye say anya nra ye na me bisa bo nipa na ko ti business ne de e se nya me pe wi oba so na wo nya adwuma de a me so me ti o me kuno yare wanya stroke nti eno na me de ye kakra na me de hwe me ba o we last year 20 September no we nti kakra at least wo pon wo de 10 cedi bia to baby na de ba wo si wo ko bobi si ana bibi de na de bia police be ba cho nti kakra na ye no me de kwansisie na me de paper so si nti business ndi enko but ye nya me pe na e de ye oni ye ba
na patch intended ye sales bi am buy na say it's very
na me ti won na ma ba no you know ube didi kwa mpo a esa ocho bi to ade na wo de akoto aduane nti me nka se wo tana sesa na ye obi to bibia wo twenkeke fita no pa me buy this is the second water me no because you to ade obe de didi in the first place nti business in there
but how many years me now start a business
me ka say almost 8 years 8 to 9 years.
Were you into something before this one?
Yeah. Na me ton asuma de chain na de nsoma me de free any perfumes but me benya ha no na me hwe me survey area no na me ho say no anya man de say me sisa na me sisa to nti we na ekọ para pampers nko aye distract ye to nti enu de meka say
earrings ni na enheda nkosa
na obi ato bi na say ya o ya da samba sa o ma na nko ni de otete di edi ya ni tirimo akeneke obeba nti cotton board glass cleaner tissue na de obeba handkerchief enu mu na ekọ fast to be to handkerchief na yira obesa ba bi meti enu mu na ekọ
nti say if you no cramp no so obi your business I have to consider all this. Say be there now is it an everyday thing or there your friend is saying idea be front time ba ho na nyama so your business you have to consider all this and
yeah you have to read between the line and yes I sorry obeka say wo your business na idea say wo hwe idea ekọ ba metna sia perfume ni me hwe ya no one year repair phones wa ha omo pe rubber tie nti enu sa me ko fa best 10 ba endu a week na yato enu manya 33 cedi wo each pack echi na yato na cotton board glass cleaner tissue handkerchief tea roll any rubber bag because you ton phones wa nti obi to bi a o si for manu ato nti ende e kontem
na man pacho uni no now like you had a vision that maybe I wouldn't about be in particular but because of something it went to me
oh yes in particular I always pray say remember yebi but unto me kase out now not just one day what be any particular you have to start somewhere some kase me kunya stroke you be say na me dem no ma tran crofo che me tran enumbo so me go school enumbo so asukuma me go school ma kwadwo mo peki frankadua simpogu Japan ni na ya kwa market nti yetimi ko tena jebani nsuo na no ye to fish nkofo beba later na ya to amomo so for buy and sell to get something small there me timi nka se me tena ho me nya bibia ebe ma wa ye old ntem yeah who ye younger na unya hwia who say untimi dress untimi ye on fine every day no bibia ye basa ba me 60 years the many young girls jina ho say on to be challenge me in any way forget about say me table left who they invite me me I'm telling you oh if you near
now person oye den unyi na person ma be na person
oh na mission atribon so but atribon nyama bebre wo mu I remember say ye bo biti and a senior apprentice no or twa ni any scissors the next senior apprentice na am be aduma I have to go there and look for her because you see the na ko Beni say dey na ye no almost you wa hu say chomo ko na e kire ni say maame na otwa ne ti no wa ambisa permission and free maame no ni tinwi no anya tinwi a it was there na me jaye tam mi ankasa me pese me PM salon na dia ma register kwa me ye no August grace e ni certificate ne da ho a menya shop bia me started training but maame bo ho but na say am me benyi na me say I don't have to be afraid if only you have God one wonya me osoro bibi enti kakra menya shop a oh and me nje mu krai me nje mu me gusu pressing on me say nyame so be me adom na bibia be fine
mama cho ko school doing fa
oh secondary school you know titi ayine
and to also university
man to also seminar heading me papa you know worry 5 and me na first manyinti me na me first but me go bisam ma me say back to school so o see ondo oni bi me go bisam papa nti ma me nya hatred me ma me papa but later owu ye na me say no I've made a mistake o see oni bi no oni bi no oja ye ma hu business mu kakra me so obi ntimi nsisi me o ti ase nti owu ye na ye ntimi na 8 e man kwa 6 be ma ba ko nti obi an kasa na o fight ko see ya nya kwan an university that doesn't mean say we are useless or hopeless nkofo bebre an university but they always make it so we akwadjuro a na obekasa na no ma utri mema 2 obaba ko be ma ba ko na aka one boy one girl omunyina go secondary school but they are working all right omo university but they are working they give me money if I need it so ani happy ending
Nyama we are watching, including earrings, no. Have you make something out of maybe unya skebi the seed, then be an answer unya skebi the year, something good for yourself?
Oh, me mami ato asase dada. One can't sure it was later na ye but my BBS is my track wall na there. But me mami no wu yo o amasama. Doblo gono. Nti ya ye ko hwehwe na there. Machiri bakra wo America. If you are here, me be here during kura akoma no. Maybe next week na ma kwehwe no. Obi bua me be me de. Say obi be bua wo be ka say ya this wa hu fie wa yese. Me nya kan be ba no ko university. O say ba o mu ka ja me say me ni bia ma me worry me ho nti yeah. It's like university, no, and no, the whole world almost feel say one qua you are nobody.
That should be the case.
No. It shouldn't be the case. If I get shocked, because they say penny no qua or be worry, say me shop and I be you know I feel na minana no beba na me so I can help. Because I love children. Oh, okay. Obi buamia fine. Obi am buamia fine because me did so much say sometimes me nibia. Me nim baby who no bia. Oh, my talk with the Francis and Namasa. Namadana say why be ama obi wo need support the baby and no need support the better as it say wa shira me ne we nyina. Why do I worry myself?
We just heard the story of Aunt Ekuya. Stay tuned for another episode. This is Diaba Eugenia reporting for GhanaWeb TV.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. Okay. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
For years, authorities have looked on as Galamsey ravage the forests, destroy water bodies, and displace several communities. But there is a sudden twist to this, as several communities, awakened by the glaring and devastating effects of Galamsey, have taken matters into their own hands. From demonstrations to personal initiatives, these communities are harnessing the collective power of the people and fighting a David and Goliath battle to protect their lands which they hold in trust for the past, present, and future generations. This story explores the inspiring journeys of communities bent on winning the fight against Galamsey. Here is Atuna, and this is their Galamsey story.
4 years, some communities in the Bono region have mounted a strong and spirited resistance against illegal mining, or Galamsey, a notorious activity that has destroyed several communities, leading to the biodiversity loss, land degradation, and loss of farmland, reducing the potential for agriculture and threatening food security. This spirited community-led resistance, edged on courageous protests, demonstrations, and grassroots initiatives, continues to gain momentum as both residents and their local leaders work hand in hand to ward off Galamseyers, who are seen as potential threats to the region's water bodies, farmlands, and forest cover. At the forefront of this community-led resistance is a border community called Atuna, a major cocoa, cashew, and food hub in the Jamai South municipality of the Bono region, where the chiefs and people have declared the area as a no Galamsey zone, because to them, the fight against Galamsey is not just an environmental issue, but a matter of economic survival for the residents, who are predominantly farmers, whose way of life will directly be threatened by illegal miners in their lure for gold. Nana Brago Kane II, the Queen Mother of Atuna, and a key figure in the community-led resistance, provides an insight into the successful revolution against Galamsey.
Beba Atuna ha. Na kwanya omofa so ba ye de mebo ne tofanti. Ye wo hwa na omoba se omo ahu se Atuna agudie wo ha. Nti omo behu ye na omo abitu. Te ba sa no ye ne nananom ne mabunu wokuro nga ye trase ye. Na ye dwene hu se bebetu agudie na emmoa ye Atuna ha. Efi se Atuna ha ye nananom ne ye papanom kuyadwuma ne no moye nti etetri jahyehe ye na koko hye ye no kwasem na eyawerehosem ti saa bre ye penso no esanse na ye papa no ye kuyafo nti omo anya sika anhwe ye school nti abano so bo moden ebo jahu dawura majahye no ejaye ti esanse ye yanko school nti Atuna ma ye sane fra ye to ye ho so se ye nananom kwia omo ye no ye betoa so nti ye dua koko ye dua cashew no mo ba ye no ye hwehwe mu hu se so mo ba ye Galamsey na koko no behwere ye cashew no so behwere ye adua na ye bedi e besan aboye afeso ye nsuo kura ye sam no nsuo no besai nti ye ne nananom nyina akwa apam se da bi asenwe die mu oduru maye ye kasa ye gi atoma emmoa ye nti ye so ye bo aboso ye de yade srede koto abananim ma yetimi si ano a nne ye wo ye koko ye wo ye cashew ye wo ye nsupa ye sane wo ye aduana ye di a ye wo asomdwie ti wo bisama na sanete.
Nana Brago Kane II recounted some of the challenges they endured to ward off the Galamseyers, considering the powerful people in the Galamsey industry, but they preserved and won the battle.
No kwasem who say omudie woska nti ya ye tu anamono nti o de faha na omoso de afaha na mmompanyimfo se de ade wo no ni di efise bebe ka kire ye se asase no ase ye abane de na ani so ye nananom de na mpanyimfo so ye hu se ye free one ansa yakotu nti se ani ni ye de a ene ye mamo nse ani no nti ya mfa ne yize de ye ne beham so ama ye twetwere petition ka ye hawa meka nyina se eba sakura ye ma no be nko school po bebe ye Galamsey sem anro bese beba ye so nkura no bese obewi od besande yare ahodo bia abre efise nsuo no ebese nsuo no so se ya wosahwe ye hwe enye yie onuma enye yie nti ye si gina ye bre ye de na mum nyame so mankunindie ye de.
She added that the community has resolved not to allow Galamsey on the lands now and in the future in the interest of the people, due to the negative impact of galamsey.
Yes, ye jina yenkete pa. Say de nananom a oni mabunu a ono nti a mabunu wo han. Say ye nwu mfiri ho de na bia beba say obeye gadanse atu na asase so de ye makwan ne e makwan kina. Enti ya ma ye de hye ba kokora abonwu me ka say nka wo mebonwu no kora ha na muntie. Nti anya de a ye be makwan. Efi say asase no ye gito ho ma nchirima. Ye de ye bewu akosesi ye o na say ye ma bebetu ye gi besika no ni ye ma bebetu a nchirima o mo beba no asase be ne beba beto wo atu na ha benya ba bi kura bebesi fie kura bebenya uji skana asase so no besi fie nasi asase no so no batu ase ne no besi dan nasi sebi ye nsi dan nsi wiem ye sisi asase so nti asase no de ye guso na ye nimu se ne nsama yaka ne ye krata ya twra ma ban no aban so betie ya o mani pa bia ma atu na nkura no sa aban na ntie ya beba ye nananom de oni mabura ye watu na ha ye da so gina de ye gina ye makwan ma bense ya sase no.
The Mrantini of Ituna, Nana Salifo Amini Amponkumi, who attributed the success of this resistance to the support of the youth in the community, commended them for their unwavering support.
Bra good for Oba Atuna Hano, and the Nipami and Sambiso. Na, a mammy Amaniampon, Masontie. Now, many befa again. Now, Junior Fire says, I net dia. I say, me who say Kruno, Epe, and no Krunumpe. Inte mami ti komati kakra ma yewura afiemu na ni nyina kwa wie no na ma se kuro no dom no empene sa galamsey no so enu ntie ma yenya dom elbeta na ahemfu no machi se de be ya ye beko atia galamsey no enti dom amnye no eyemrante ene mayewa no a bewo kurim ha se de msi nwura afiem ma ye campaign no memhu se mranten maiwa no ani nye ho enti ye mranten maiwa ukurim ni boye chidom mai ko boa nananom ma yetumi si anokwan se de nanahim ye ka no ya mfa na hongro so empo ekodu ba bi ma soja ayi manfo wosikanti ekofa soja fo bi hunhuna ye ensu ni nyina mu no mranten maiwa ukurim esinkete mai bo ni ma bedwane koye enam so ma galamsey no amaso nti ye mranten maya ewo kureduem ne boye chidom nananom achidom a yetumisi anokwan nti meda atuna mrante ene mayewa mpo nya tuna mpo kuro a atwa tuna ho ahia nyina ebeboaye ewo sa akonom nti megina we so ada atuna mabunu mma ne memma konsia batia ntabene kwampra kurom kuro atwa atuna ho ahia brikasu nyina beko bi maye ti meda obe nyina asese beye moa galamsey no ntima maso sanse ba so atuna ha nka nkure ya mi kan nyina no nka galamsey no eduru ho nti meda mabunu no nyina ase kuroduem ni kura mabo dini nyina no ndabe nyina ase bebo ya be ma galamsey no yetumisi ano.
A youth in the community, Akwan George, also narrated the role the youth played in the resistance.
Yakoba ene say ohana nananom ya yebem nananom binum mayenya ntie se galamsey fo abomonan so se ompe se omutu galamsey ewo yekrum ha na omohwe yekrum ha galamsey egodu ha pa na abaya mo kwan se omra metu ti nananom frɛ yemu binum mayekoe na ekohia nananom bi se omo se omojetum omo ka se da bi omonyentum na ye maburu no ye da achenti yesusu ye nkasa na omo so entie mayeka che nananom se benhwe yekoko benhwe yekashu beheye duane atosode normal de yenya free krom ha nkoapo osonyebo ntima yeni galamsey nachi na china nchima emeka no mesemfa wuye so abra na nananom ni ho abra yesusu ye anyini nti ye kan no nokro nyame nim ni nananom te ase still ana ba no moba me amegina ha yi sika omode abreme amahu bi me hu bi o me life nda but omoba sika no so do omode be kirew opene so a je ompene so a ombe include say be cheche no ma bebre but in all no yante ase ma yakobodwa ama aye mineral commissions for ba ha mombe bodwa hia kuro no nyina ye ka kire omo say anya de bi say ye beti ase ne ati ase abanzo ope cashew ope cocoa ope nuane ni nyina bi wo ha nti ye be ma onu mu ma yere aso ye ni my brother me ka kire wa free ye atuna ha ye te boda no free akopem sunwan the whole of this Bono region what pe kura o produce cocoa pa ya tuna mo pa mo kwa mo ko search nhwe kura produce aduane cocoa cashew ayatuna na in ono ye mabunu na yes so yes ye ntiase na yesi agina ye no so no agina ye tuo no de e ba so kama na nanom tai ya chi se biti ye kroma no kase adwumani a oboa oye kwadworo isa ne se ye nuanom sirimfo sabi omo afri north abaha abagin sase adrafuo a nei omo koko cashew ni nuane bebre ni babunu betena ha a obeka ko anaka ko babi se adwumani kroma no na ompa adwuma yo mpeku adwuma yeso ye di ye nananom saso de wan na dwon so obekọ school de nananom bada woroma ye boa ma ne ko de wa wantumi anko so de ku adwuma no kese wo wya obeyo de nyina ne se ye tima fight bepom sabre abane nto ayeso ye ni se babi bebre wo ho abane de osia no ri tuo ne nseka ne noma a wo akode a osia no ondi nsia no da ye kurum ha de never on this earth se bi betimasi ene ye ka se galanse fo baba ye be hata ye ho se kete ni ya double ntinim beba na excavators nim vidie wodo a bre bere betu galanse no na je se ya dawo na ba fa ye so no be kuye nyina wie dia abane mfa kunu no na onye de obeye se oye se aso na no be boa na onye ndi galanse ho asem na galanse issue de ye tu na haide me nkwaku jami ko de me mre ye ne mbusiafo ye ne nananom ye ne namfo ye ne bia busia no nyina kiremu a atuna dom mrante ne mayo ase ye mpreso ne mpreso kina ndi ya fight open sabri ndi galanse de e mazo sense koko wa cashew wa nua no wa bibia wa de ye pen vrama ye hom ne ye pen sa ye zo ye nya ne ye pen sa ti abane so o meso ya so no moaye na de ye pen no o maye nyuma na ye mu binuma sebi baye badwene se be de sebi ko galamse ne be boa be no na watima ayeden watima asasa badwene fi ho yadamas nyame hyiram.
On this part, the chief of Atuna, Nana Apia Kubi Abebiu II, appealed to the governments to give the people of Atuna the fair share of the national cake, considering the feat they have been able to achieve in the Galamsey fight.
Sa yenewe ya esori kuremi na babunu ana na bia anhwire ni moja sanse na yenkodene na enye beteso enyame ne ye nananom ebo ye ho bane ama sabre ubia mpira ubia anko ahokyere bim na ne mpesen kan kese pa na se Ghana bane ontie yesu frɛ sanse ono kura wa sojafo abekite atuo no saade we bentimi nsia no ewo baabi na atuna mane ye ni tuo ye ne seka ne ne agyan eye ya no ene ye nyansa ne ye nimdie ne ye tindisi saade na no baabi ayati yetebo no ya makwan ama saade ankoso smogere ye nye bi wo ha nso yetebo no do aye dogana mainti ne yetu sa na monno mabuna aye wo kurun ha no eni adwuma ye mesre aban se o cheche ne national cake na o ma bi nso yeso mo obey ye kwana ye namso eni ye school adana ewo ha enye sabi ya yare sabi akura no kreneke popochua bi ni kitaye ha emwaye.
The assembly member for the Atuna electoral area, Yeboah Lawrence, alleged that several attempts were made to compromise him, but he rejected those offers in the interest of the community.
During the fight, it's not easy for us. You see, you fight against those who have the amenities or the ammunitions. It's not easy. In your soldiers, in your opinion leaders, so enye is in mind. But the boys in organization, we organize ourselves very well. That's the important thing for every community. We organize ourselves. So organization, we give them the profit or the effective profit in it is saying. The veggies can be dear, but effect I beba konuso na ye huge. Ya plan is as a youth no ya toward doors. We need committee. Municipal assembly no many MC across several tasks like I said. See who said na because of semi assemblyment no access to security. And district police commander. You know money na kasa. And any you hint a better than ya call them no more. But may advise Ghana for say a be a becker side be an abetrayal. Oh, Winyeska, but Maminka Cemetery. The Ewoma and ye pan say community no, Nkofo baby beba or more free baby or more on young for papa because we young Nkofo baby on Bepiska. 2 community no yare beba. And as Sikana ye cano that illegal mining no a blood. Obi ni ma me ka me ne obi eye interview eye blood e na ede ye nti e ba bia ye saade ni owuo akunkum e na makri na ye issue no eno so enye emma ye.
He indicated that they have instituted community-based measures to protect their lands and urged other communities to emulate the people of Atuna if they want to defeat Galamsey.
Nti ye dey at task force me committee many youth leader, many district assembly, and as a municipal assembly, including district commander. Enti they may catch a T4 woody and say, a best rampanim for. Sadden Edi Ghanaian, a sensu and sua, Ghana ye new future. Enti ye plan a ya fase yati committee no, but be a course to be a Monte committee, you bit me a sadden no quine. And tis I soldier for no bar or more penny for a territory. You can't hubuma organization and I say creation a bit me a my fatty for Galamsey. Enti say omoba nyoma ye be kasa be yama no a door so sene de wo nti say 1 minute chira one me say omo frame omo show me man pradu on better than what trasa kwa ma enti me nem bu say omo say enti sa dan ne sa you know ye better ma community member bia na going forward no chiriman so ye better Sad na mom. Enti omo breaki. Omo aba me 2 times. Enti eye forces etoda ubenya nkrofo mbetan wo. But eso hwe nipa na oni omote no. Na wo hwe da chinchirima no. Ene na ebetimi dia fight na enye easy because it will be ko ba bia usuro. En wo se ba bi wo ha wo nante anajo. Because unim de wo nipa niti mo kan ya wante no. Nti no enye easy. Me say omo ba mi fie be ba mi sika iska to ka chem se me pe omo sika. Because community no ye pe de ebedi da bia ye pe de ebedi ne enti no idea enna form.
Some farmers share their views on the importance of the anti-Galamsey stance being championed by the community.
Me imagine on the deputy there the man who and the next time I can see so Galamsey yam pese bi be kuru mu say so ye TV so ye he baby be bria Galamsey asase nsuo nti ha de ye ntia se ma bi ma ha aso ye kokoo bebre e wo ha nti ye be kokoo ho ban Galamsey sika no kora omode ma wa obedi ne sese ya ba kokoo so de ye benya so mfaso mana no so benya so mfaso nti atu na de ye ntia se ma Galamsey e me se ya asase ne ye nsuo no
de ya se ntia se ne se Galamsey sika no ye de pasisi ya ye ntimi ni mebi na kokoo so de afipia wenye biate e de ahwe wo school de awon pejua so de bia bobla enu ntiasi
de ntiasi sa gina no ye tu kwan kakra ye ta akoko agency le bi se de me ka no me fa ya shante de ya meta ko me ma me nche wo Jakobu ye amanse central ye kwa kwan ye fasu se ba sensase e na ho youth no be si in fact ba bubu ye me de me ka se ba bubu adam aha sanam de ni hu no be si aye no ye pese ye kurim ha mobu no so be ye sa e na ye benefit ye nya free ni kuku no ma in fact the whole year bit na ba se kuku bi free dua no so kura ten bia obe hia sika e wo dua no ho no wa okwa na ku se ye na kwan Galamsey for so see the sense as na ye ka se one day show ye ji se sika na afinu na e be ji sika no men ka se ye be ye ni wi ya ye be nfufu bi afi ba bi adim aha they say ya senka wo se bi meti kwa ma ya kwafu ma obehu dua na esan wo kuku na ase aha ba yire utu ba yire ba kuma na ka kiro se ba yire wi efi akofi ma obeka se
nyɛ sɛ wo a wode w'ani ahu anka bɛka sɛ nyɛ nokorɛ nti mehu sɛ galamsey no deɛ good no amanfoɔ sɛ ɛde sika ba deɛ na me deɛ me a megyina ha deɛ menhyɛ da because me papa no mbɛpɛn so biara no me papa no bɛde kukuo no hwɛ bɛ nti saa nso no megyiri sɛ mbɛba bɛhu kukuo no mfa so a me nso sɛ sɛ wohɛ deɛ dam makyi a more than keka kɔ mefa sɛ bag ya na saa nti bag 3000 sɛ mekɔgye 3000 anaasɛ even 2000 koraa na nso a ɛbɛtumi aboa ma mede ayɛ nneɛma bebree nti galamsey deɛ meka sɛ mfaso bi wɔ so a mede mɛsi nipa kɔ sɛ yɛhu biribi ani so sɛ sɛ bɛyɛ galamsey.
The people have risen and spoken in clear language, and gradually the tide is turning. Ghana's galamsey epidemic will not be conquered overnight, but the seeds of change have been sown in Atuna and several other communities in the Bono region. These communities are standing tall and have demonstrated that the power to shape their communities lies in their hands. Yes, that is people's power. This is the new narrative which will be etched in our collective memory forever. From Atuna, in the Jamansa municipality of the Bono region, I am Abajado Frank, GhanaWeb.
Rasta for omo ti say onipa waji schedule wo ye dia one day omo yi oso atwede on fa nkodu on fa nko wie pada se de emre bi asemo agyan obo penalty mani bo po no since that day Rasta for dabi wo di agro na o ma open for kra anwo by force on wo gumase coach ni de wo ti say coach na nka say onu anka say onu angije onimu wo hwe ni TV so no okasa kra wo ti say onye confident onye nipa mente bro the ba onye nipa wo confidence bi ewo ni mu because the way obesi akasa the way obesi ase bema pa wo gina so ni trimu a obotinu sakola ba hu ni echo so ya bema ba ni mu no o to sini bebre o to ni confidence bi a wo ni mu coach na tell you something oh mo manu pa ne ba bi ntan na on ko na yire ma nko di odo.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amounts mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@GhanaWeb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
With barely about 2 months for Ghana to go to the polls, the political temperature in the country is increasing by the day as the various candidates are crisscrossing the country, selling their policies to voters. However, choices electorates make may differ from one another depending on what informs one's decision to take that choice. So GhanaWeb has hit the Wa Township in the Upper West region to get the expectations of electorates and what will inform their choice of a particular candidate.
From Wa, we are advocating for peace before, during, after these elections. We are saying that anybody that emerges the winner is just our president. God chooses leaders for us. Thank you very much.
2024 general elections is just at hand. And who is preaching peace? You need to preach peace, I need to preach peace. We all need to champion the cause of peace to keep Ghana a safe place for all of us. I choose to vote for John Dramani Mahama because he has done it before and we have believed and trusted him that with the young crop of gentlemen he's breeding, he will repeat or make a better option for us. But the most important thing for us now is to still preach peace. Vote safely. Count your ballot safely. Make sure you propagate a good agenda for 2024. Thank you.
What has inspired me to vote this year is basically based on policies. I'm someone that is much more enthused by policies. If the policies are good, I vote. And I think this year we need to vote for peace. Peace is what we all need to look at because when you look at the current state of the economy, there's a lot of uprising and all of that. So basically, peace is what we all need because we have only one Ghana. If there's a war, if there's a fight, conflict and all of that, we'll be displaced. So I think what we need to do is, if you are voting, have peace in mind because that's the ultimate. When we have peace, we have freedom.
For me, in terms of this election, I would say that peace is very important during and before the election because we know that it is the peace we all enjoy as a country, and particularly if after the election there are violence or any other issues, we usually say that it is the children, and that's the most important thing. It's children that suffer the more and it is women that suffer the more. And so basically once we love our sisters, we love our children, and we will not like them to suffer any of these violence because we consider them to be part of the vulnerable groups, and as they are part of the vulnerable group, they don't have the strength to fight some of these things, so they are the people that will be affected the most. So I will encourage everybody to preach the message of peace, to ensure that wherever you find yourself during the election day, we ensure that there is peace during and after the election so that we all stay peaceful, so that our children and our women will be blessed and that we'll have a peaceful election that is upcoming.
The three things I will look for from a person to vote for him is that if the candidate can stop corruption, if he can bring employment to the youth and build the country. Any candidate that can do these three things will win my vote. My colleague brothers and sisters, so check these three things from a candidate before voting for the person. My message in this election is that after you finish voting, don't stand there and bring any confusion. You just go home. In the evening, open your radio and listen to the results. Don't go out and cause any confusion. We want good, peaceful election.
Me voting there, I even told my colleagues I'm selling my vote because whether I vote for you or not, I'm still going to suffer. So when you give me an amount of 1,000 and I vote, I think I have something better in it. Whereby me going to vote just free like that. No, I will not vote free. When you give me money, I'll vote for you. I'm selling my vote. That's to me. Because upon all voting, I'll just come back, ride my motor. It's not like I don't have good grace. I'm having good grace in the house. Nobody to help.
Depression is about your sadness, and then anxiety is about worry.
So we have schizophrenia, which is also very prevalent in Ghana.
In Ghana?
Yes, please.
Well, this one, it sounds like some foreign ailments.
Yes.
Hi, good day and welcome to another edition of The Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. Today we're going to have a very exciting conversation about anxiety and depression. Many have said with the hard economic times that is currently ongoing in the country, the chances and likelihood of people experiencing anxiety and depression is very, very high. How do you deal with people at work, co-workers? If you're a manager, how do you deal with an employee who suddenly has changed behaviors? How do you know that a high-performing employee who suddenly become low-performing is suffering from anxiety or depression? And how do you go about it? Do they seek proper medical attention, or what do they resort to? Prayers? This and more on today's edition of The Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. My guests are two. They are clinical psychologists, and they will give us expert opinion on how to deal with anxiety and depression. Priscilla Ama is a clinical psychologist, as well as Jude Menapo, who is also a clinical psychologist. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you very much.
It's a very important conversation we're going to have today. Many have said that we don't deal with these things in our part of the world very well. There's a stigma around it, and so we don't want to talk too much about it. I'll start with you, Priscilla. First of all, is there a difference between anxiety and depression? And if there are, what are the differences?
Okay. Thank you very much. But before I answer your question, I would like viewers to know that we are not yet clinical psychologists.
Okay.
We are still students.
Yes, still students. Okay. All right.
Yeah. And I want to say a good day to the viewers out there watching us. Thank you.
Okay.
So to the question, depression and anxiety. We can be sad sometimes.
Okay.
Yes. We can be sad at a point. But sadness that persists till after 2 weeks to 1 month to 2 months to 3 months, you are still sad over that particular problem or that particular thing. That is when a person can be diagnosed with depression.
Okay.
Because the sadness should go away after some time, but if it still persists for weeks to months, and then you can bring the person for help. And then with anxiety consists of worry.
Okay.
Yeah. So when someone is worried or someone is, anxious, about a particular event, the person is not able to concentrate properly. The person is not able to go about the usual day-to-day activities, and then you can tell the person has anxiety depending on the number of weeks that the person. It's not like the person goes through anxiety this morning, the person is okay for 2 days, the person is fine, is the person anxious again? No, it has to be continuous, it has to be persistent for weeks and then for months, and then you can say this person has anxiety. So that's the difference. The difference is, this is about sadness, and depression is about your sadness, and then anxiety is about worry.
Okay. Yeah. And you mentioned that, so the sadness must be prolonged for maybe 4 to 8 weeks. Is that accurate?
Yes, please.
But different people brood over situations differently. So somebody will lose their loved one or relative or whatever, and they are sad for a very prolonged time. Do you, because of that prolonged sadness, say that clinically they are depressed?
Okay, so we have assessments that we use to diagnose if the person is depressed or the person has anxiety. We have our own test we use. So it's the results of the test that will tell us if the person is depressed and the level of depression.
Okay, so there are levels of it?
Yes, there are levels. We have mild, we have moderate, and we have severe.
Oh, okay.
It's the same with the anxiety too. So if the person wakes up in the morning, goes for training, after that comes back to take a shower and go to work, comes back and do something else. But for some time you realize the person is no more doing the usual things, to the extent that other people can also tell.
You can tell that is out of character.
This person, no, this is not how you are, and it's been a long time. You've changed. You are not eating well. You are not sleeping well. You are not even going out with your friends as you used to. It's affecting even your hygiene. You are not even tidying up your room. Getting up from your bed is even a problem for you. So when you see such things, then you can tell that this person needs help.
Okay.
And then we have professionals around. You can seek for professional help.
Okay. Let me come to you. So we have according to Priscilla, mild, low, mild, moderate, and then severe. And severe. Do people usually graduate from one level to the other, or how do you know that this person has progressed from the mild to the moderate and to the severe?
All right. So before I answer that, let me add up to what Priscilla said with regards to how you know if someone is just brooding over a situation for a longer period, or the person is actually drifting into depressed mode.
Okay.
So first of all, with mental health or mental disorder, you have to meet some criteria for you to be diagnosed with a mental disorder. Okay. So we have a 3D criteria where the person must deviate from normalcy.
Okay.
So what they usually are known for, or what they do on a daily basis, they deviate from it, or even deviate from societal functioning, what society norms are. Okay. And also the person must be dysfunctional. That means they might not be able to perform their day-to-day activities, as she mentioned earlier on. And then the third one must cause a significant distress to the individual.
Okay.
All right. So
Before deviation, dysfunctional,
and distress.
And distress. Okay.
Yes. So before you are diagnosed with a mental disorder, you must go through all these 3 criteria. Okay. You must be able to meet these 3 criteria before you are diagnosed of that condition.
Okay.
All right. So to your question, there is likelihood that people progress over the severity of their condition. So from the mild state to the moderate state to the severe state. And this is because people at the mild state usually don't pay critical attention to the things they are going through.
Okay.
And they don't seek help. So they take it as though it's an everyday thing. It's something that is just happening at that moment. But after some time of not seeking help and not getting the right attention that you need, you would graduate into the moderate stage and then eventually get to the severe stage where things could get out of hand. In cases of depression, people get to the severe stage and then start having suicidal ideations.
Okay.
Yes, and that's where it gets to a place where you need critical medical or psychological attention. Okay. And you have to be admitted at that point.
How do I tell if I'm in the office and I have a colleague who's, maybe the person's lost a father, lost a mother, so you understand that they are mourning and so they are unhappy. But how do I know that, okay, this is gone beyond normal, human behavior, so that I can recommend that as a manager, this person needs to seek, I can speak to HR and say, look, this person needs to seek professional help. How do I tell?
Okay, so with that, like, there are some things that you need to know about depression. So depression, before someone is diagnosed with depression, it comes with low mood.
Okay.
So persistent sadness over a period of 2 weeks, as she mentioned. So it must be persistent. That means every day of the 2 weeks, the person must be in that.
When somebody's lost their loved one, it's normal that for 2 weeks, if the person's not been buried, I'm going to be thinking about it. They'll be stealing themselves to go and cry and come back and all of that.
So that is the grief moment.
Yes. Grief moment, okay.
Yeah, so we deal with grief
differently.
Okay. We deal with grief differently. But when this one is persistent, because as for grief, we understand that it's normal to grieve over a lost relative or loved one. But here is the case, even with the grief, you have stages. But if you are not able to come out of it, and it persists, it will lead to depression.
There are some people who, like, they've lost their loved one, but they are not grieving. Like, they are putting up a front, like they are okay. Like, you can tell that it's a front. Like, once you speak to them intimately, you can tell that, their tear glands just opens and they are crying. But, in front of people, they're acting all strong. Can that also lead to depression when you suppress your feelings?
What I would say is we have defense mechanisms that we use to protect our emotions. Okay. So the person might be using one of them or some of them to control or protect his or her emotions. Okay. So, like you mentioned suppression, we have repression. So it's there. Yes, I've lost this person, but because I don't want other people to notice it, or I don't want to feel sad or bad myself, to be able to go about my daily activities, I try to hide it subconsciously so that I don't think about it. So they rather want to get themselves busy doing a whole lot of things that are not even necessary. You find them doing all those things just so that they don't feel sad about what is going on. It doesn't mean that they are not sad. So the moment that they are not doing anything, they are idle, and then it comes back. It comes back in their thoughts. They start thinking about it and they start crying and all that.
But is it a good thing to do? Like, don't you allow yourself to just cry it out,
So, yeah, it's not so much of a good thing, but like she mentioned, it's a defense mechanism. And it's the way your psyche tries to protect yourself from some significant distress. So in that, I mean, you could suppress your emotions for some time, but at a point in time, you mentioned in talking to the person, maybe intimately, the person gets to express their emotion, cry out. So when that happens, you kind of put yourself through certain sort of stress, and this stress might not be good for you. and can lead to you having a condition, either physical or psychological conditions.
Okay. Do we have data on anxiety, depression, or generally mental health challenges in Ghana? Do we have any data to say it's graduating, and we can say, okay, because of the economic situation, people have lost their jobs, it's graduating? Is it because of financial reasons? Is it because of heartbreaks, love gone bad situations? Is there data like that available?
Yes, so there is every day there is research, and the research seeks to identify the prevalence of these conditions in the country. And I think the last of its kind was in 2017, and then that research says that currently 10% of Ghanaians have mental health condition.
10%?
Yes, please.
So that's around, if we are 30 million people, that's around 3 million people.
Yes, please. And to a certain level. So they are, like we mentioned earlier on, they are mild, then moderate and severe levels of these mental health disorders. So 10% have it. But with depression and anxiety, they are more of the leading causes of the mental health disorders that we have, because these have to do with the mood.
Okay.
And these moods are altered by your everyday activities, everyday events. So there is a 3% statistics that people in Ghana have depression out of the 10%. And then there's the 2.4.
So out of the 10%, 3% have depression.
Are diagnosed with depression.
Okay.
And then there's 2.9% that are diagnosed with anxiety disorder.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
Please.
So beyond anxiety and depression, which other elements fall in the mental disorder basket?
So we have schizophrenia, which is also very prevalent in Ghana.
In Ghana?
Yes, please.
Well, this one, it sounds like some foreign ailment.
Yes, that's true.
Wow.
But schizophrenia is what is known out there as madness. Okay, so when you see people having psychotic symptoms like delusions, hallucinations, and they are what characterize what the diagnosed schizophrenia is.
Oh, okay.
Yes, please.
And then what else?
And then also we have the substance-induced psychosis or substance-related mental health disorders.
So those who take hard drugs?
Yes, please.
And then what else? So bipolar and co, do they fall under?
Bipolar, we have learning disability, we have...
dyslexia?
Yes.
It's part of a learning disability.
We have conduct disorder.
Yes.
You might think that...
Conduct disorder?
Yes.
What's that?
When we say conduct disorder, so when a child is growing up, you see the child very aggressive, the child is not able to sit at one place for just a short time, going here and there. Some parents would say, but might not realize that no, this is not just anything, but it's a problem. Because even when the child is doing the homework, he writes T, mommy, and we want to go and do something. Mommy, I want to go and urinate. Even during lessons, they can get up like so many times to go and do something. And then they at the end of the day, they also inflict pain on other people. So when they are being aggressive, they want to hurt someone or they want to destroy something, they can just take your phone and then damage it. And then you say, oh, no. If you see all these signs, it's different from accidentally dropping a phone, but this one is continuous. This child at school is always fighting, not being at attention in class, doing all sort of things.
That's a mental disorder?
Yes, it is.
For a child?
Yes. It's kind of, it's similar to ADHD, but with ADHD, they don't harm people, they don't destroy things, or they don't fight or something. Attention deficit. ADHD.
ADHD.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's the difference between the conduct and then the ADHD.
So you can't just say your child is active. Sometimes we prefer our children to be active and all of that, so that when they are sick, you know that, oh, this one is calm now because he's sick.
But if they are destroying things,
it's a problem.
It's a problem. They are always fighting. They always go back and they go to school and come back with a torn uniform because they were fighting and being aggressive, and they are not able to sit at one place for a long time. When they are doing something, they stop to do another thing. And then when you are trying to correct them, they don't want to listen to corrections and all that. It's an alarm. And it's something you have to work on.
It's a red flag.
It's a red flag. So what I see mostly is some parents who are not really sensitive to these things look on, and then when they grow into their teen ages, and then before they realize that no, this is a problem, then before they bring them to us.
Okay, all right. We'll go for our first break. When we return, it's been very eye-opening already in the first 10 or 15 minutes of the show. I am sure you are learning something significant from this conversation. We'll go for our first break. When we return, we'll try and situate it to adults, and especially the difficult economic situation we are in, with uncertainties, with job security, etc., etc. How does that affect an adult, and how they relate to other human beings? Stick and stay with us. We're back after this break.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat.
Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
Yeah, welcome back from the break. This is still the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. Today, I'm having a conversation about mental health in Ghana. We're focusing on depression and anxiety, but we're also touching on all the other aspects of mental disorder in Ghana. I'm sure you've heard a lot of women who give birth say they suffer from postpartum depression. What does that mean? If your child is overly hyper and is prone to destroying stuff at home, could he or she be suffering from a mental disorder? Our experts are here. They are still in school, but they are almost done. So they are right in their own way to advise us. So Jude, let's continue our conversation. Okay. So we mentioned 3% of mental disorder cases in Ghana are depression. Another almost 2.9 are from anxiety and the like. I want us to zero in on postpartum depression before we come back to the generics again. Okay. What is postpartum depression? What causes it? Okay. Or you think Priscilla will be best to answer? No, I think you should answer it.
All right. So postpartum depression is the mood changes that occur right after childbirth.
Okay.
So with pregnant women who had gone through the rigorous journey of childbirth and bearing a child, they tend to have some form of stress. And this stress, usually, because they are not able to deal with these stresses, it causes them to have certain mood alterations. And after the childbirth, these mood alterations, if it persists, like we mentioned for the general major depressive disorder criteria, after childbirth, if these mood alterations persist, which is the low mood, for more than 2 weeks, then the person can be said to have postpartum depression. And it's also characterized by them not taking care of themselves. So the low mood comes with low attention to their hygiene, low attention to their children themselves, the babies that they have given birth to, and then they keep having this thought of worry and feeling that there is no hope for the future. Maybe they've lost interest in things that they usually had interest in, which is termed as anhedonia. And this is what characterizes postpartum depression.
But isn't okay? You want to add a bit?
Add to what Jude said. So there are hormonal changes in us, in women.
In women.
Yeah.
It's not in men. It's only in women.
Yes, because the hormones we have are different from the men. So the changes women go through, the hormonal changes, and then the physical changes too, and even the thought of adding a new person to your life.
Okay.
You have come to take care of some new being. The stress, the thought about it alone puts them into that situation.
Is it common, postpartum depression? Is it common in Ghana?
Yeah. So far, I've seen a lot.
Really? So does it go away by itself, or how does it go away? Because usually when you give birth, there are people around you, everybody's excited, everybody's helping with carrying the child, the husband is excited, I want to believe. So why would you fall into that kind of, even though I understand the hormonal changes, but should it persist for that long? You should be happy that you have given birth.
Yes, the mother should be happy, but sometimes the mother can't explain why she keeps crying. Your baby is nice.
Crying.
No, the mother
is
herself.
Crying. Okay.
You see, they continue to cry, even when everyone is happy. They can't explain why they are crying. It's not as if the baby was born deformed or they lost their baby. Their baby is very active, and the husband is even supporting, but you find this person crying without any reason, if I can say it like that. So this person can come to the hospital or to see a psychologist for therapy. And then with therapy, it will go. And it's not something that it lasts or stays for a very long time. No, it goes away, because as you are breastfeeding the child and all that, it brings back your change hormones and all that.
I had a friend who was going through marital problems. He said they stopped having, they stopped being intimate. And this was like, of course, when your wife gives birth, you don't immediately have sexual relations. So the usual window for, allowing for sex not to happen had elapsed, and yet they were not being intimate. And the woman's argument was that she has suffered from postpartum depression, and so she had lost interest in being sexual with the husband.
Yeah,
is that possible?
Yeah, it can bring down your libido.
Even after, say, 3 months, 4 months of giving birth?
Yes, your libido can go down. So that is what might cause the person not to have the interest, because we have neurotransmitters in our brain that controls excitement.
All of us, or just women?
All of us. All of us. That's the serotonin, the norepinephrine, the dopamine. They are in there to regulate. The dopamine is in there especially to regulate our pleasure and our excitement. And then the serotonin is to give us happiness. So if that level is down, if the level it has to be has gone down, it reduces your desire for pleasure. So that's another cause.
So Jude, if a wife and a husband came to you with this kind of situation, what would you tell the husband? To wait for it to pass, or to do what? What do they do? Because if you are not careful, they'll go away, they'll go and seek pleasure elsewhere.
That's very true. That's very true. I mean, you've mentioned the critical issue, because such issues, if not understood very well, would lead the man to go out there to seek for pleasure somewhere else. But then it's important that if they come to a psychologist, and the first thing the psychologist does is to explain the condition to them, especially both partners, the man and then the woman who is in the situation. So understanding the condition, understanding what is happening, would then give an insight to the two partners, and then they will know how to deal with such issue. So yes, with time, with postpartum depression, usually with time it dies out, but then it has the propensity of becoming depression in itself. Yes, so if not treated, if not paid attention to, it could lead to depression. So they have to understand, they have to know. And I mean, it's just about working things out. So if a couple come to a psychologist, couples therapy, you'd have to advise them and probably opt for better ways of initiating such intimacies in the bedroom.
Okay. What have you noticed is accounting for a lot of these mental cases? With this difficult economic times, do you realize that finances is playing a part, job security with a lot of people losing their jobs? Is there a trend that you can see emerging?
Yes. So with the mental disorder in itself, mental illnesses in itself, there is a model that explains how it comes about, the occurrence of it, which is the biopsychosocial model. So in the biopsychosocial model, it just explains the biological aspects that causes mental illnesses, the psychological aspects that causes mental illnesses, and the social aspect also. So in what you just mentioned, the social aspect, which is the lack of finances, the issues relating to your job security, and so on and so forth, which has something in relation to your society or societal environment, can cause you to have these mental health issues.
Okay.
So yes, with the recent economic hardship that we are all facing in the country, it's actually causing people to go into things, cope, different coping mechanisms. So for someone who had lost his job would want to find a way to relieve themselves of the stress of thinking about the issue of losing their job, and so would maybe depend on taking alcohol or drugs to escape the reality of his situation that he's facing, and that could then lead to the person having a mental health issue or mental health illnesses. And also with the financial constraint, poverty is a key factor, key determinant factor in mental health issues, especially with depression. If you are poor, you are unable to afford certain things that you would want for yourself, and so it would cause you significant stress. It would cause you thinking. You will be thinking. You actually see life as worthless because you are poor. You are not able to afford things that you are supposed to do. So you lose hope in life.
Okay. Okay, Priscilla, before we wrap up the first part of our conversation, we have seen rich people, famous people fall into depression. Yes. How do rich people and famous people also deal with? Because if we say financial constraints and stresses are the trigger, how is a rich man also depressed?
Yeah, so humans as we are all different. Our strengths are different. The same way we have our own mental strength. Someone can receive a news, maybe a lost, maybe the person's house is burnt. The person can just be like, oh, okay, where? Which house? Okay, I'm coming. The other person will just start shouting and crying and all of that. So it doesn't mean that the first person is not affected. But yes, as we said earlier on, trying to use a defense mechanism to protect his or her emotions. So just as a rich man, a poor man can go into depression or get anxious. The same time, a rich man can also go into depression because, yes, he's rich, he has everything at the doorstep, but there could be childhood experiences that you might not know that the person had gone through that was not resolved. So there are childhood traumas. Maybe someone hears a news and they think it is that particular news that has caused the person to go into that state.
So there's a root cause and an immediate cause.
So when you come for therapy, during the session, we probe into your childhood, because childhood unresolved conflicts in the brain can go a long way to affect you, even when you're an adult. So you realize that maybe the child was bullied, the person was bullied when he or she was a child, and then growing up, maybe a person lost a parent, the person goes into a romantic relationship and then gets heartbroken, and then you realize that it really puts the person in a bad situation. You may think it's just the heartbreak, but it may be something that started long time which was not resolved. So it's the same as the rich man. The rich man may have the money in order, but may have gone through certain even traumatic events to even witness an accident, blood, and all of that. Some people can't stand the sight of blood. Yeah, you see all those things, and then you take it into your sleep. Whenever you get to that environment, you start feeling anxious because you remember it's a trigger. It triggers that event. So a rich man can get depressed, a poor man can get depressed or anxious.
Wow. Eye-opening, isn't it? It's been a very, very riveting conversation on mental health disorder in Ghana and some of the telltale signs that we can look up to, or we can try and identify with our dealings with our colleagues, with our family members, with our friends, etc., etc. I hope you enjoy this first part of our interview. We'll continue because we have not exhausted all the things that we want to discuss on this particular topic. So we'll have a part 2 of this conversation, so you learn a little more of this situation. Jude and Priscilla, thank you very much for your time. It's been very, very revealing. I've learned a lot, and I hope that you've learned a lot too. We're back another time with another edition of the show. Until then, it's bye for now.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@GhanaWeb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
On Tuesday, September 17, 2024, students of the Christian Methodist School in Accra attacked one of their teachers. What was the crime of their teacher? He prevented them from copying during the West African certificate examination. We have the teacher here to narrate the ordeal he went through to us. It's in the person of Mr. Walter Yesuto. Hello, sir.
Hello.
You're welcome to GhanaWeb.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. You know, it was a very difficult experience for you, but we'd like you to go through what you went through with us.
Okay. So, like you said, it's very difficult, but I'll try my possible best. Yeah. So on Monday, which was 16th, So on 16th, Monday, the visual arts students wrote their last paper, which was integrated science. That was a core subject. So after they were done with the paper, they went to lay ambush outside the school, waiting for us to come so that they will attack us. So one of the students, who was a girl, heard about it, and she came back to the school to come and tell us that, there are a number of students outside, they want to attack you. So we asked them, why? Why would they want to attack? And they said, sir, you didn't allow them to cheat in the WASI. That is your crime. And I said, really? So I thought she was joking. But my colleague alerted me that, Charlie, the students can do that. So I'm in the Department of Physical Education, and I was with my head of department. So we have a rapport with the area guys because they come and use our pitch to play football in the evenings. And there are days that they buy balls for us as a department because they've been using our pitch, you know. So we talk and we have the rapport with them. So they came and asked us why the students are outside like that. Because under normal circumstances, everybody is done and they should go to their houses. Why are they there? And we said, oh, this is what we have heard. So those boys said, okay, so we can't leave you to go like that. We will help you. But what can you also do? I said, okay, so we can call the headmaster to call the police, Ghana police. At least they should be around. So assistant headmaster was called, and then he also called the police command. So immediately they responded and they came. Patrol team came. I think they were not less than 5, I can recall. Yes, so when they came, the students were there. They were breaking the louver blades and causing mayhem in the school, but they were not closer to where we were. So the moment the police came, they started running, helter-skelter. So the police drove them out of the school. So at that particular time, the area boys also told us that, okay, so let's move. So they were escorting us. So they were around us and we were in the middle. So they escorted us little by little until we got to the junction where we could pick our car. Can you imagine that one of the boys actually tracked us right from the gate of the school till we picked a car to go home? He was tracking us. Yes. So we went home and then we thought that was their last paper, so they are not coming around again. And so the next day was the 17th, which was Tuesday. Other students were supposed to write economics. So we came, I was invigilating again. So we came and then we invigilated. Then after invigilation, we realized that there are students who didn't write economics, but they are in school uniform. So it means that the visual arts students came back in school uniform. Yes. Even though they didn't write paper, they came back to come and lay the ambush again. So like it happened on Monday, the area guys came out with us again. Now this is what happened. When they came out, we were moving. This time around, the moment the patrol team or the police were at the demonstration, you know, that was the day NDC protested for the this thing, the voter register. Yes. So the boys surrounded us, the area guys surrounded us, and then they were escorting us. So while they were escorting us, these students this time around threw water sachet at them. So they came back. They were furious. They ran back and then they were chasing the students. They want to catch them again. And I was telling them that, oh, this is just water. It's not anything serious. You leave them and let's go. So they left them and then they returned. Just in about 2 minutes, they started throwing stones at them. This time around, I told them they should leave them. They didn't mind. They went back looking for anybody in school uniform around that time to beat, because as at that particular time, we had closed the exams and everybody is supposed to be at home by then. So they
so it was the area boys who were running after the students?
Yes, after the students threw stones at us.
Oh, okay.
So they went back. So whilst they were running after the students, I told my HOD and the other teacher that, oh, now the focus is not on us. So let's hurry up and leave the place. They said, okay. What you are saying is true. So we hurried up. And then halfway the journey, we saw that there was another ambush waiting for us. And we couldn't go back because the other squad were also using the other path. So that is where we stood. And then passerbyers decided to talk to the students. Oh, why do you want to? And they were bold. They were bold telling them that they didn't allow us to cheat. He is too strict in the WASI. That is when we realized that they were not targeting anybody apart from me. Because the teachers they went closer to the students and they were stopping them and they were talking to them. Do you get it? Yeah. So, in the attempt to leave where they were, I saw that the boys, the area boys, the boys they pursued, they all came around, and they were about 30. Wow. Yes, about 30. If you watch the video, we have about 13 seconds video. If you watch the video, they were about 30. So they outnumbered the other four teachers excluding me, and they hit me with the fist, one with the elbow, and then others with stones, you know. So there was a man, so I can even show you the wound. There was a man who was eating in his shop. So when he saw what was going on, he saw that, oh, the students were more than the teachers. He left his food. I think he was eating cake. He left the food, and then he came. So he's the one who came to cover me. And said that I should come. Can you see that I was eating, but I came for you? Come. So he shielded me and sent me to his shop, in front of the shop. And he told me that I should sit down. So the shop has glasses. So I was telling him that they will throw stone at your glass. And he said I shouldn't worry, I should just sit down. They can't. Stone came. But it didn't get to where I was sitting. I mean the glass, I was sitting closer to the glass. I didn't get there. So that was when the other teachers and the man, he had some colleagues, they also came around, and then they did human fence in front of me, and I was sitting down on a plastic chair. The thing was paining me very well because there are places that the stones hit, even though it didn't create an external wound. Within, I could feel the pains. So I sat for more than 45 minutes. Okay. And then he saw that the students were gone. I think when we were sitting there, we saw that one policeman passed by. So that time, I had the opportunity to call headmaster. And I told headmaster that this is what is happening right now. So please, I beg you, if you can call the commander so that he will send some rescue team to come and rescue me, because I am finding it difficult to actually move. He said, okay. So in about 10 minutes time, he called back and told me that commander is not picking the call, but he was able to get a patrol team leader. The patrol team leader said where they are is not anywhere closer to Christian Methodists. So I should find a car, maybe a taxi, and use another route and then go back home. I said, okay, I hear. So I called Assistant Headmaster Academics too. And I told him that he should help me. He should also call police if he knows some. So he also called, but he didn't get to them.
So all this time, the students were still waiting?
The students were around. You can see them loitering around. Because the men were standing in front of me and they were shielding me. They were not able to come closer. So after Assistant Headmaster also called and said that he couldn't get them, I think the students left. So when they left, the man told us that, so now that they have left, we should come. So the man and his friends shielded us again. They sent us to the roadside, waited for a car, and then we entered the car. Now when we entered the car, the man did very well. Unfortunately, I was in great pain, so I couldn't ask for his name. But when I see him, I can identify him.
Okay.
So he made the driver stop. He looked into through the window to check those in the car before he told the driver to start moving. Yeah. So that's what he did, and then the car started moving. So when I got to my junction, I didn't alight at the normal place. Yes. So I went to another place. I alighted, and then I used another route to the house. That was what happened on Tuesday, 17 September 2024. So when I go to my coordinator master, and he asked if I'm home. I said, yes, I'm home. I said, okay, so I have to report at the police. And I told him that what is happening to me right now, I'm not sure I can go to the police station. And then I am afraid I can't go out. I can't go out right now. And he said, okay, but I have to report. So tomorrow, God willing, I should do that. So I went to the police station the next day, which was, I think, Wednesday, and reported the issue to the police. And then they gave me a medical form. And then they took my statement. So I wrote the names of the boys, those I could remember as at that time. There were a lot of them in the video or during the time the issue was happening. I know their faces, but their names I wasn't able to remember at once. So I wrote those I could remember, and then I gave the statement, and I went to the hospital.
Okay. Did you share the video with the police?
Yes, I did. I shared the video with the police. I shared it with my headmaster. So headmaster asked where I got the video from. And I told him that what happened was that when I got home, another student who completed the previous day, she used to buy food for us. So we'll call her, we'll send her, she'll buy food. So she used to come to our office. So she saw the video. And so she called and said, sir, where are you? Are you okay? And I said, why? He said, I've seen you in a video. And the way they were throwing the stones at you, I don't think you are okay. That's why I'm asking. And I said, well, it actually happened, but I am safe now. And he said, oh, I'm very sorry. And I said, where is the video? He said, oh, I can record it from somebody's statement. I said she should do it and send it to me. So she recorded the video and sent it to me. Okay. And then I forwarded it to the headmaster.
So you mentioned having some injuries. The
yes.
doctors checked.
Yeah, the doctors checked. I went, the surgical officer checked, and I was given medication. And then she wrote a report, and then I sent it back to the police station.
Okay. With this, we go for a short break. We'll be back on Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back to Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. So, Mr. Water, yes, we ended at you sending a report to the police. Yes. Has any of the culprits been arrested by the police?
Yes, please. They've arrested two of them. Okay. Two of them, whose names and pictures were sent to the police CID. Yes. So I was, the day I sent the report to the police CID, that was the day the senior housemaster was still in school. So the senior housemaster too is a PE teacher. You get it? So he was at post, and then he called that, oh, they've arrested. He said, so first of all, he said he has seen one of the boys around, so he will let them arrest the boy so that he will come for him. Okay. Before that, the inspector told me that there is a boy inside. He doesn't know whether he is part or he's not part. So he will take me to the boy. I will go and look at his face, and I will confirm whether he is part or he's not part. Then I said, okay. He said, that is what I'm supposed to do. I shouldn't go and fight. I said, okay, I hear. So we went there, and the moment I saw him, I recognized him. Wow. He was part of them. Wow. And he threw a stone at me. Wow. Yes, that boy actually threw a stone at me. So I told that's my right number. So I told the inspector that this boy is one of them. He threw a stone at me. And I don't know if I can mention his name, but I think let me hold on with the name. Okay. So we went back, and then senior housemaster called. Then he mentioned the boy he has seen. That was the boy was the first person to assault me. Wow. So he used his elbow to hit my jaw.
Wow.
because he was asking that, why is it that I won't come and beat them? And then I have called people to come and guide me, and those people are beating them. Why is it that I will not come and beat them? So while he was talking, I didn't say anything. I was just standing there watching him because my other colleagues were calming the rest down. And then by the time I realized, he used his elbow to hit my jaw. That particular boy is a boy who has threatened me before. He has told me that he's going to beat me. That was when he slapped a teacher. And then he scaled the wall. When they decided to catch him, he scaled the wall and left. So later our headmaster came and pleaded with the teacher that, oh, we should do it professionally. So the boy came back, he was given suspension, and then he came with his father. So I went to the headmistress's office, assistant headmistress administration's office. The father was sitting there with the boy, and I told the father that this your son told me that he will beat me. Look at me. Your son said he will beat me. When something happens to me, your son will be held responsible.
Was it before the incident?
Yes, this was before the incident. So the father told me that he begs. He's just a small boy and a foolish boy. He cannot do anything. I told him that you should talk to your son. This boy, the boys, what they say, they can actually do it. That's why they say it. So I left there. So can you imagine somebody who threatened that he's going to beat me?
Yes.
And then when the opportunity came, he was the first person to elbow me. And I was just looking at these boys. In fact, I actually asked one of the boys, so are you sure that when you meet me one-on-one and nobody is around, you can beat me? So I asked him. That boy said they should leave you so that he slaps me. I was looking at him. I taught him Form 1, Form 2. And I was just looking at him.
Yeah, it must be really painful that
I was in pain, not because of the stones, but it was paining me that children I have sacrificed my life to teach. They are the people who stood against me.
So have they started any criminal proceedings? Have you gone to court?
Not yet. We've not gone to court. But during the weekend, one of the boys who have been arrested, the father, somebody called. I don't know whether it's the father. He called, and I didn't know. So I picked, and he said he wants to see me. He wants to see me at the police station. And I told him I'm not in town. I'm not around. You can't see me. He said, when will I come? I said, I don't know. When I come, maybe you will see me, but I can't tell you because for security reasons, I am not even at where I live.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they are still in the police custody? The two arrested?
For my information, the two should be there because the police has not told me anything concerning the fact that they want to release them or they have released them.
Okay.
Because I saw them in there. So what I know is that they should be there.
Okay. And the dad called you to come to the police station?
Yes.
So they should be, I think they should be there?
Exactly. Yes. So that is that.
So the prosecutors, they haven't told you anything?
Yes, I've not been told anything. I've not been called yet.
Okay.
So I am waiting for their call. I'm waiting for them. They know the law. So whatever the law says, the law should have its course. I don't have anything to say. Even if the father calls me right now, I don't have anything to say. The law should have its course.
Okay.
Yes.
So this, like you indicated, is very difficult on you. Has it had any psychological effect on you?
Oh yes. I've not been able to have enough rest. So sometimes I sleep and I hear noise in the sleep. And I'm not able to sleep for long. I sleep
Since the
and
incident?
Yes. So 1 hour I have to open my eyes. Sometimes I open my eyes and as if there are some of the boys around. So I'm trying to protect myself. So sometimes I see my wife, she will get up and then she will use the hand to check if I'm okay. And most of the time when she's doing that, my eyes are closed, but I'm not asleep. So I see her. So you can see what is happening in the house. She also doesn't sleep because of that. You know, when she saw the video, she was crying. I was also sobbing, but for her not to continue crying, I had to hide mine. Can you imagine? So psychologically, yes, I am facing a lot, and I'm going to go through therapy. I'm supposed to see my therapist today, but like I said, I wasn't in town. So I will talk to him later.
So aside seeking psychological help, your wounds, are they mending? Are you getting okay? The physical wound is
the physical.
Did the doctors give you any medication?
Yes, they gave me medications, and I'm taking them. I took one this morning, and then there is a gel I'm supposed to use to dress the wound. So I am doing that as well. So when I cough or I sneeze, I hear pains at the places where the stone hit. Yes, so those places I feel the pains, but I think by the grace of God, it is not severe as compared to Tuesday. Yes. Yeah.
So what about the school? Have they taken any measures to help you, support you since the incident?
Yes. So when I went to the hospital, the headmaster called me, and then he asked how things were going, and I told him that, well, I didn't plan for this. So I don't have enough money to do all the medical things. So immediately he told me that, okay, so that's why he called. I should let him know so that my Momo line, so that he will send something. So headmaster sent 250 cedis to help me augment whatever I had so that I can go on with the proceedings. So as we were ongoing, I realized that assistant headmistress domestic also called. So when she called, she told me that she was also calling to ask if I've been able to do the necessary things with the money on me. She knows that it is impromptu, so I should let her know when I am short of cash so that she can also help. So the next day, I went to the hospital again. So I told her, I called her and I informed her. Then she also sent 200 cedis. So that is what the school did so far. And headmaster told me that he has also written a formal letter to regional director
of the Ghana Education Service.
Yes, of Ghana Education Service concerning whatever that has happened. And he has mentioned some of the students. He wasn't there, so those that I mentioned, he mentioned some of them in his report to the director.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, in terms of security-wise, can you go to the school now? Are they putting measures in place to lead into the school?
I don't really know if they are putting measures in place, but when I went to the police station, commander said that they will be going. That was the Friday when they captured the boys. That was the last paper for the day, and even Tuesday, that wasn't the last paper. You see what happened. So they actually went there. The patrol team went there. That is all that I can say. I've not been there again. I don't know what security measures that have been placed, that have been put in place so far. I'm not sure I am able to go there anytime soon. Okay. I'm not seeing myself going there right now. Yes, because I am afraid. I think about my family a lot. So if somebody, one of my friends called me and was like, so what will your family do if something bad had happened? And I said, I don't know. I don't know. But so for now, I've not thought of going there. Yes, so I told headmaster I'm not in town. He's around. He's aware that I'm not around.
Okay. Yes. So generally speaking, you see that we've seen this trend of violence in our secondary schools.
Yes.
Even before your incident, we saw a student being stabbed at Orally Senior High School. Does it tell on the kind of education we are giving our students now?
Okay, so with that, the issue.
Because it seems the students are becoming violent.
Yes.
We record pockets of violence, especially during examination. And this is not the first time a teacher has been attacked.
Exactly.
A teacher was attacked, I think, last year's Wasi. And
I think Bright Senior High School.
Yes.
Yeah.
So is this something we are not teaching our students?
It's not about the teaching. Okay. It is about the fact that you can't touch a student any longer. Whether to punish him or her for doing the wrong thing. You can't beat them. I see a lot of people saying that caning is not the only way of correcting a bad behavior. I agree.
Yes.
But this is the case where when you give the student a portion of work to do because he has misbehaved, he won't do it, and you can't do anything about it.
Okay.
Do you get it? You can't punish him. You can't do anything about it. They will come and sit around. You just can't touch them. Yes. So I think because of that is why they are still doing this.
Okay, so the lack of correction is why
yes
there's more immorality.
I believe so, because when we were in school, it wasn't like that. Okay. When you don't come to school, you are even trying to hide from your teacher. How much more coming to stand in front of your teacher
and say you
beat him
and even beating him?
Yes.
Wow.
And you actually walked the talk at long last. You get it? Yes. So this is what is happening.
Okay, so do you have any advice for students and teachers how
I think
this thing can be resolved?
Let me go with the teachers first. They are my colleagues. They have to be careful. Very, very careful. They have to be very careful with their students. It doesn't matter whether the student is in Form 1, Form 2, or Form 3. Any student at all can be dangerous. Because I saw Form 2 students during the attack. And I saw a past student in school uniform who joined them. I invigilated him last year, but he was in school uniform, dressed like a caring student.
Just to attack?
Yes, just to attack me. Can you imagine? So they should be careful. They should protect themselves wherever they get to. I don't know the kind of protection they will go for, but they should be very, very careful whilst they go back to their school, wherever they are. Because it's not only in Christian Methodist Senior High School. Yes, a lot of them happening in Bright Senior High School or Raleigh, you know. And the students, I want them to understand that we don't hate them. I don't know why they think we hate them. You can't say I hate you because I didn't allow you to cheat. You are not supposed to cheat in the exam room. You are supposed to learn, come and sit down and write whatever that you have learned. And when you don't have anything to write again, and the time is not due, you put your head on the table and you sleep. When it is time, we will call you and tell you that it is time, bring your paper. And then you get out.
Okay, but just to add something.
Yeah.
So don't you think some teachers are allowing students to copy because they are afraid to attack them?
I think some people are allowing students to copy because they are afraid the students will attack them. I also heard that
a headmaster came out to say they were allowing students to copy because they were being paid or something.
I've not said that.
Yes.
But it's possible. So a teacher will decide to I met a lot of people from Tuesday to today. I've met a lot of people, medical personnel, security personnel, who were asking me, why didn't you allow them to cheat so that you'll be free? And I said, well, I am a Christian and my biblical principle doesn't allow me to do that. So at least there should be somebody who will be different from the lot. Yes, that is it. So it is. I actually did that because I am a Christian. I'm a Christian. I go to Great Commission Church International. Do you get it? Yes. And you don't. My church, you don't cheat in exams. We teach it, and I like to practice what they teach. WAEC officials called, and they said that, "Hello, Mr. Walter, we are proud of you. We learned about the ordeal. We are very sorry. We heard that you are a pastor." I said, "I'm not a pastor. I am a Christian. I am a church member. But we have to live the scriptures we read every day. You don't have to be a pastor to do the right thing. You just have to be a Christian to do the right thing. And that is it." Well, to add to that, WAEC officials called me. So they have called and they have also asked for my report. I have also given them reports, including the names and pictures and index numbers of those students that I can remember. I think about nine of them. Later on, we went to do further investigation. So the video was zoomed and then screenshots was taken by my colleagues, teachers, and then they helped to fish out those people that I couldn't recollect because of the situation as at the time. Yeah. So.
Okay. Okay, so with this, we end this edition of Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. We pray that Mr. Water will get justice, and we also pray that there will be some sanity in our schools, because the violence in our secondary schools are becoming too much. In the past few years, we've seen students being stabbed, at least 6 students being stabbed, and students beating teachers. We pray that our educational authorities will put measures in place to curb this menace.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes.
Okay.
But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with hashtag Pass Organ Donation Law and hashtag Legalize Organ Donation Now. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Hello and welcome to yet another exciting edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV with me, Mali Aholimega. Today we'll delve into the stalemate in Parliament which has forced the Minister of Finance and particularly the entire government business to be on hold. This is due to the non-passage of the appropriations bill which is expected to be delivered on November 15 by law in Parliament. To discuss this with me, I have Alhaji Mumini Mohammed, who is the Deputy Country Director for Send Ghana. We'll be talking about this topic. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to GhanaWeb TV. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm fine, and you?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
Great, thank you.
So, as you're aware, we've had an impasse in Parliament for some time now about the minority and the majority side. They had to go to court. But most importantly, we are supposed to pass an appropriation bill. The date has elapsed. What do you think are the implications of this, particularly moving on to an election year and then subsequently in 2025?
Great, thank you very much. I think that this is a very difficult situation we find ourselves, and as an organization, and for that matter, civil society, we are very much concerned and worried that by law, the executive, and for that matter, the Minister of Finance is mandated to have presented the budget by the 15th. Because of the impasse in Parliament, this hasn't been done. So what is the implication on that, as far as 2025 is concerned? The country cannot be shut down because of the impasse in Parliament. The executive has a responsibility to make sure that regardless of the impasse in Parliament, the executive has the mandate and the duty to work with the legislature to make sure that this mandate, which requires that, and this is even an election year, is very much critical because government might change. Even if it's the same ruling party that wins, it still would mean government would change. So it is more critical this year that we are likely to have a complete shift, and we would definitely require that 3-month caretaker budget to happen, so that whoever forms government, whichever party forms government, would then have something to rely on up until the first quarter to develop its budget. So this is a very critical situation we find ourselves, and I think that as a country we have to lay the blame as it is now on the executive for having been able to intervene. Of course, there's an issue that has gone to Parliament and all of that. What has been the role of the executive in addressing the problem? We know that in Parliament, the executive controls the majority. To what extent has the presidency worked with the majority side to make sure that this law, which mandates the Minister of Finance to present the budget by the 15th, would not have been breached? And that's a matter we have to look at. But most importantly, the consequence of that in terms of our forward march for 2025. If the appropriation doesn't happen, what are we going to do? So this is a matter that requires the presidency to actually take steps, regardless of the situation we find ourselves in Parliament. Of course, the legal battle has been settled, but it definitely would require that the executive plays a role in this as far as we are concerned.
Thank you very much, Alhaji. Do you think this situation that we have in Parliament could undermine public confidence in whichever government that takes over come January 7th?
Yeah, it can depend on how it's managed. Of course, given how it's been managed, public confidence in terms of our institutions, our arms of government, I am sure the recent Afrobarometer has indicated. I mean, public confidence in our institutions in terms of how they are able to deliver on their mandates is reducing year on, and that's something that whether legislature, the executive would have to pay attention, but also most importantly, the judiciary. All of these arms of government are supposed to work collaboratively to make sure that the governance of this country is actually, moving in a way that all of us would desire.
Thank you very much. Now let's come briefly to the economy. What do you think are some of the long and short-term repercussions of this impasse in Parliament, particularly on government policies and how they are going to roll out some of their policies?
Yeah, so as far as we are concerned, the government side had a number of, policies that were supposed to be laid in Parliament. Most of them required, some had to do with facilities that would definitely be used to, shore up our economy. But the fact that these facilities, for instance, some of those loans that were expected to, pass through, to the extent that it has not happened, already as a country we are beginning to feel, the impact of that. But the impact would even be more dire if nothing is done, and then we move into 2025 without some of these, interventions that could have cushioned the economy, because we do know that we are not in normal times. And to the extent that government had come up with innovative ways in terms of, specific facilities to help cushion the situation, If it doesn't happen, it definitely has implication on the economy and the livelihood of Ghanaians in general.
Alaji, just quickly still on the economy, we have a lot of international development partners. We are already on an IMF program. The World Bank is also a partner for us. They do a lot of projects in the country. How do you think this is going to affect our relationships with some of our international development partners?
Well, in terms of the IMF, we have a program with them, and if this situation is not addressed, it will definitely have implication on our next review. We've set ourselves some targets, and most of those targets would be achieved if some of these facilities and interventions government had planned were able to go through. So it might not be an issue of relationship, but it will be more of how we are able to achieve these targets. We have a program which has set milestones and targets. So if we don't achieve that, it has implications on the ability of the fund to release the remaining funding that we expect from the IMF. So what is happening definitely has implication on the current IMF program. And that is why government has to be concerned. And the executive has to take steps to make sure that this situation is curtailed.
So recently the speaker said they have to build consensus. This issue could have been resolved initially by coming to him, both parties sit down and all of that. How important is political negotiation in addressing this particular impasse? Because we are in uncharted territory, actually.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think globally, political negotiation is what has worked everywhere. And for us in Ghana, the very moment we found ourselves having a hung parliament meant that it was non-negotiable. We needed to have a situation where political negotiation would have been the order of the day, given that no party has the clear numbers. And so, without having to resort to, the judiciary, and for instance, using the legal arm, we could have actually negotiated. It doesn't mean that if today you are majority and tomorrow you are minority, government business should shut down. In other countries, governments, are a minority and they're able to negotiate. That's why we have lobby. It's normal. Why is it extraordinary? Why do we think that it cannot happen in this country? And that's something we need to begin to think about. We might have a situation in Ghana tomorrow where the party in power would have less numbers. Does it mean that government will not function? Is that what it means? And so, political negotiation is very critical. And as a country, we have gotten to a stage where we need to begin to see that as one of the tools to be able to resolve differences, whether between, political parties, between, the various arms of government. Because we are beginning to see a head-on collision, given what we are seeing between the legislature, the judiciary, but also the executive. But these are all states, institutions that have clear mandates. And so to the extent that we are not able to adopt political negotiations, and there are aspects that can help those institutions. Of course, when this happened, I had Austin Gami and some of those aspects who are very good in negotiations, trying to intervene to see how this could have been resolved. And that is a role we had expected the executive to play, not to interfere, but to find a way to make sure that there was a mechanism to address the situation.
Finally, two quick questions. What exactly is Sen Ghana's position? What message would you want to send out there, particularly to the executive, to the legislature, because they seem to be in this tussle? And finally, in your opinion, what key lessons do you think government as well as lawmakers should be drawing from this particular crisis?
Yeah, thank you very much. So for us in Sen, our position is clear. We are saying that, first of all, the law has been breached. By now, we should have had the budget presented and we should have been in the process. At least Parliament should have been in the process of reviewing that to come out with the appropriation. As we said, that hasn't happened. And so we expect the executive to take that extra, effort to work with the legislature to make sure that this happens as soon as possible. I am sure the door for negotiation is still not closed. It's still open. And if the executive is very much committed, it still can work with the legislature to make sure this happens. This is the only way we can curtail a potential crisis or government shutdown, come next year. And that for us is very critical. So, we think that, as I said earlier, the best is for us to recognize that as a country we have a constitution which is clear on the various roles of the arms of government. Of course, sometimes there are issues within our constitution, but it requires for cool heads. It requires for negotiation so that we can always arrive at a situation which would not lead to a complete shutdown of government business. It is not in the interest of anybody for government to shut down. It has implication even for the current opposition. Because if there's a government shutdown, everybody gets to suffer. Nothing happens in this country. And I'm not sure anybody wishes that to happen. And so for us in SEN, we are calling all the stakeholders to, adopt a posture that allows for a consensus approach to dealing with this issue, as has been alluded by the speaker.
Many thanks for
Thank you very much.
It was a very interesting conversation.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
My guest is still Alhaji Mumini Mohammed, the Deputy Country Director for SEN Ghana. And we've been talking about the implications of the non-passage of the appropriation bill in Parliament due to a stalemate. I also got the opportunity to speak with some business journalists in the country to also find out from their views and sentiments about the non-passage of this budget, which was expected to be delivered by the Finance Minister in Parliament. Yeah, so Eben, we have a stalemate in Parliament. There's a budget that's supposed to go through the House, but we currently have a stalemate. What do you think the implications of this is going to bother on moving into next year?
Yes, so as far as I'm concerned, I understand that it's going to affect our budget, because budget has to be approved. And like you asked earlier, with the appropriation bill, it has to be introduced in Parliament before the previous year, before the subsequent year. And so 2025, I can envisage a tougher time for the country. Why is it going to be a tougher time for the country? Because once it's introduced and approved, then it gives an opportunity for government agencies, departments, ministries to be able to expend whatever money, allocated resources that are given to them. But with the stalemate that we are having now, it's going to be tough, I must say. Except that, because what I was discussing with other colleagues was that, so going into 2025, are we going to have a situation where consolidated fund, where some of the money will be drawn from, and the Constitution, if I can recall, it talks about, it's Article 173, where we are obliged under that within that purview to ensure that a certain amount of money is allocated to the ministries. Now, how are they going to do any other thing? It means that they can't. Basically, I don't know how they're going to do it, but so it's going to have implications, and that is going to be dire. I mean, for the country. But I hear they are still talking. Well, we've not had any official statement for any of the quarters, but people have suggested that they should speak among themselves so that they'll be able to address these challenges so that it doesn't affect us in 2025.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so Jesse, as of now, we've not been able to pass an appropriation bill in Parliament due to the stalemate. What implications do you think this would have on spending and also government policies, particularly moving into a new year, 2025?
Yeah, okay, so generally we know the appropriation bill is supposed to guide government spending in specific areas, but clearly if this continues and we are not able to pass it, it will lead to overspending, it will affect government expenditure, and totally it will even increase the country's debt, because we might be using monies meant for other projects to finance other projects. So I think going into the election year, we should be expecting maybe more spending on the part of government, and generally this could even affect the budget and Ghana's total debt stock. Yeah,
Fuad, so tell us, we know the appropriation bill hasn't been presented before Parliament. What do you think what are the implications of this, particularly moving into a new year, a new government come January 7th?
So I think the delay in the passage of the appropriations bill has enormous fiscal implications for the country. It could delay government spending for the next fiscal year, which is 2025. And so, but then I think there's still hope, because per the law, the government has up to 31st December to pass all the necessary bills it should pass. So, in as much as there is this current impasse between the NDC caucus and the NPP caucus, although it has been resolved,
I believe there's enough time, there's sufficient time. There's even a whole month for December, even after the elections, for the Parliament to sit and pass the appropriation bill. So, yes, it may be there may be some fiscal implications if it is not passed, but then I'm very hopeful that it will be passed before 31st per the law.
I think that every country needs a budget to run, and considering the current stalemate with Parliament, that would evidently mean that government business will come to a halt. So everything from education to healthcare and others would be affected. But let's just say I am optimistic that the impasse will be resolved and the preparation for the next couple of months will be put forth.
I mean, you're optimistic, but the timelines are very, very tight. We have about 3 weeks to head to the polls, and majority of the lawmakers in Parliament want to be in their constituency and then campaign for the election. So how do you think a recall is going to work out? They have to pass certain bills. The finance minister has to come before the floor. So we are in uncharted territory. Yeah.
Well, absolutely. Like you said, we're on uncharted territories. Vested interests at this point might be dictating a lot, but then again, we know the implications of a failure to have an appropriation ahead of the transition, if there would be a transition. Whatever it is, there will be a transition, whatever the next administration is. So I'm still optimistic that the relevant stakeholders would come together and get it sorted out.
So we've come to the end of our brief discussion with the Deputy Country Director for SEN Ghana, Ahaji Mumini Mohammed, and we've been talking about the implications of the non-passage of a budget which was expected to be presented by the Finance Minister before Parliament, but that has not been done due to a stalemate. He's been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. Before we go, don't forget to log on to our website, www.ghanaweb.com. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter @The Ghana Web, and also subscribe to our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. I am Mauli Aholimega. Many thanks for watching.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@GhanaWeb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Coups don't start in a day.
But there is an election coming and the stakes are high.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Legal Agenda. Today we'll be looking at Ghana security, specifically the Act 999, that's the Vigilantism and Related Offences Act 2019. We'll be looking at the key provisions, the objectives, and the impact it has made on Ghana's security landscape. We also discuss how the Act aims to curtail the activities of vigilante groups and also deter potential offenders and ensure swift and fair justice for those who perpetrate these offenses. My name is Matilda Boati Nati, and today on my show I have Dr. Adams Bona, who is a security expert, and lawyer Sena Hoto, who is a legal practitioner. Gentlemen, you are welcome to this show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will start with Dr. Bona. Being a security analyst, do you think the law has served its purpose in regards to vigilantism and related offences? Has it helped?
Thank you very much for bringing us onto this show. Let me say hello to my colleague panelists and yourself and your team for probably, I must say, emphasizing a lot on this particular act and to know whether the act has served us. And let's also remember the people of Niger in our prayers. And an act like this is put together to ensure that what is happening in the sub-region doesn't happen. Coups don't start in a day. You must put in pragmatic measures to either stop a future coup or to plan a future coup directly or indirectly. Right. And so what you've seen in Mali, you've seen in Burkina Faso, Niger and the rest didn't just start by a day. It was because of the the lack of political will and lack of leadership ability to perform a certain task that has culminated into what we are seeing in Niger. Yeah. Yesterday, coincidentally, I was with the rep of the ECOWAS Commission. Okay. And I must also say that I serve as a board member of the Small Arms Commission. I'm a rep of the CSOs in Ghana, against small arms. So I serve on the board of Small Arms Commission. So I would say I have some knowledge when it comes to the area of vigilantism and other related offenses. Now, to answer you directly, I would say no, it hasn't. It was just pure lip service by our leaders. Okay. You remember how the Vigilantism Act came about. Yeah. It was the president just one morning issuing a fiat. I give you 1 week. I give you 2 weeks to come up with an act, or I'm going to send something to Parliament. Okay. Tell me if one person has been prosecuted using that law. Not that I can remember. He's a lawyer, he should know, but nobody. Because, you know, owning a firearm doesn't come cheap. Those who own firearms, there are 3 or so reasons why people own firearms.
Okay.
We started owning firearms, so you want to look at generational. Generationally, people use them for pure hunting,
Yes.
and then for festivals,
Yes.
right? In this country.
Yes.
Then subsequently, we started using them to fight wars and for conflict and whatever.
Yes.
Then the 3rd layer came in criminality. So now there are diverse reasons why people use firearms.
Okay.
And as we sit today, to own a pump action is a lot of money.
Yeah.
To even go through the process of registering is a lot of money. Those who actually own a lot of these firearms are people who should know better. You understand what I'm trying to say? And so, tell me, recently in the eastern region, a certain big chief had his people parading firearms and shooting people in the Galamsey area. I must say, without, you know, mincing words, these people claim to be, as, you know, people who have been assigned by the Ochehene to go out and chase Galamseyers. Okay, this is in the news.
Okay.
I don't want to put your media house into the spotlight, but it is there.
Okay.
And these people, I don't know whether they were arrested. They were parading firearms and shooting at one another in the glare of the, you know, in the public view.
Okay.
If you look at the firearms law, it says for you to display a firearm, you need permission from the IGP to do that. And so if I had a firearm and I put it on this table and it comes into the public domain, the law says I should be arrested.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we have not been able to do what is expected of us. Today, go to most Zongos, go to Nima, go to Mamobi, go to Ashama, go to Kaswa, go to most Zongos in this country, go to most communities, Aswase, go to most communities in this country when there are weddings, when there are adorings, when there are festivals. People are shooting firearms. Homawa is just around the corner. People literally just firing, you know, pump action guns.
And nothing is done to them.
And we are watching.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the police is doing what it has to do.
Okay.
But the perpetrators, once they are arrested, oh, I am a chief, I am this, I am that, I am that, they are my boys, they are my this, they are my that. So we passed this law with the intention of cutting the roots of, you know, these firearm issues. But unfortunately, as I've asked, how many people have been prosecuted? Because prosecution will tell you whether we've done well or we have not done well. That is a yardstick to tell. If you pass a law to stop something, and rather after passing the law, it's become worse, then you know you have failed. It means that in the beginning, I was one of the people who were contacted to put in, you know, send suggestions. I said I won't because I told them, seriously speaking, I want to be careful. But I said it was a bogus law because we already had an enactment which we have not used well.
Okay. Can you educate us?
Because then we already have some law policing firearms. We haven't used well. And also, what do you call that? Vigilantism and other acts. If you were to, you know, you couldn't just go onto somebody. We've had various laws. Then we decided, let's make it worse.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Who are the people digging our soil and destroying our water bodies?
That's right.
Is it not the Chinese? They are here.
Yes.
You know, we are acting as accomplices to aid them. We bring them. And so mine is that you cannot discuss a lot of the things happening in this country without relating it to the Vigilantism Act we promulgated, is been assented onto. But unfortunately, my dear Matilda, it really hasn't served
its purpose.
Show me one person who has been prosecuted. And I will tell you without mincing words, we have pastors in this country who showed firearms, threatening people with firearms. And, you know, prosecutions starts and it is done on behalf of the AG. Private persons cannot go to court per our law to go and prosecute. So if the AG decides that you are a party member, so I'm not going to prosecute you, me, Adam Bona, can I do that? I cannot do that. You can call and call and call. If it's only when he decides that you will file something called nolle prosequi that he will. And so mine is that until such a time that we begin to look at the whole constitution of this country, not throw it away, but do some amendments so that state institutions and people put into certain positions can act and act well. It is going to be very difficult. And just like my premise was on Niger, Burkina, and the rest, no one begin to think that as for us, oh, we are far away from these things. The young people are arming and arming and arming. The older folks are arming, the young people are arming. So if we don't do things right, we are going to be overwhelmed.
So as a lawyer, do you think this act has served its purpose?
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me on the show, and greetings to all your viewers. I agree only to an extent of what my senior brother and then an expert in the field, says. To the extent that there are challenges with implementation, I agree that the law has some shortfalls or shortcomings.
Okay.
But imagine a situation where there isn't anything at all.
All right.
So if you look at the history of that act, specifically Act 999, Vigilantism and Related Offences Act 2019, if you look at it, you would realize that prior to that time, there has really been a lot of political party groups, people that are formed, associations and groups, mainly for the purpose of intimidating other people.
Yes.
So you have all kind of names. If you look behind the last schedule of the
Boys.
the Azoka Boys, the Power People, the list is endless.
Yes.
And so there was a need to curtail that, as well as deal with the rampant issues of land guard activities in the country. But these days, if you look at almost all the land-related issues, there's one person or the other guarding it. I can tell you for a fact that after the passage of that law, the activities of land guards in relating to lands have calmed down.
All right.
It's not totally eradicated, but it's calmed down.
Okay.
But I am of the view that, yes, the law has its shortcomings, but that particular law, from what I said, I believe will be tested the most next year. Because
why do you say
yes,
that?
Because it was passed in 2019.
Yes, and we are in
came
2023.
to force fully
in
2020.
Sure. So 3
and
years.
yes, and so all those political party groups, all those associations, the Azoka Boys, and then the things, to a large extent, disappeared or appear to have disappeared. But there is an election coming, and the stakes are high. And so that is the point that we want to see if these laws, the Act 999 amongst all the other host of laws put together, are going to have that effect that it was designed to. It's only at that point and beyond that I can confidently say that, okay, the Act has failed in its implementation. But I, to a large extent, will always be an advocate for the passage of laws to curtail social behaviors or social activities that depart from the way of the law. It may not be perfect, but then it gives us an opportunity to start the discussion from one point. If you look at the Act in the respective parts that it has it, dealing with the land guard activities, you would realize that the Act puts in place punishments. And so
I know from 5 years to 10 years, others from 5
yes,
to
so
25,
within
depending on
yes,
the
if you are caught under this law as playing the role of land guard, either you are procuring the people to come and terrorize people on their lands and things like that, you are looking at up to about 15 years in jail. Then fast forward came the Land Act of 2020, I think Act 1036, that specifically also created a provision to deal with these land guard related activities, so that if you are found to also be engaging in these things, you can have a minimum. So the minimum for you is 5 years. And so the laws are there. For me, where the problem lies is the implementation. My senior brother mentioned that festivals are coming. Just this weekend.
Yes.
You know, I was at the police station.
Okay.
And gunshots are going on in the upcoming festivals.
And
people are brandishing, weapons. And the police had arrested a lot. So there's some amount of effort going on.
Okay.
But the problem that I see from where I sit is the political will and commitment. Because the beneficiaries of some of these things are the people that hold the power.
Yes.
And so if you arrest someone, the prosecution in criminal matters is at the behest of the state. And the issue is so complex. People support candidates to come to office, and candidates are not from from outside the space and then they come.
Yes.
They are from communities.
Yes.
They have leaders.
Yes.
They associate with certain traditions and religions. And so those groups and categories of people have supported the bid of a candidate. And so when some of these things begin to happen, they begin to call on the favors. Yes, we have supported you. It's time.
Help us.
Help us. And so we need to broaden the scope of these laws. The 999, the 1036, we need to even empower or uplift the status of the Small Arms Commission.
Okay.
Move it from a commission status and give it biting teeth, or teeth to bite. Until we are able to do that, at this point, the Small Arms Commission is just advisory and advocacy role. They do all these advisory and advocacy roles. People are having the need to protect themselves, protect their assets, because there's a perceived failure of the system to protect them.
Okay.
People feel like if I buy a land and I don't put somebody there,
I
will lose it. And they have seen it happen over and over and over again. So when the systems are strengthened, when the laws are improved upon, and it's reviewed, I believe that it's better to start from somewhere than nowhere. And so now there is a law. As much as there hasn't been much done in terms of prosecution within the law, it is still a law in this country. And so when you are found foul of that law, you can be held liable for it. You can go to jail for a minimum of 5 and a maximum of 15. In fact, when you are caught using offensive weapons in the act of vigilantism and then land guard activism, you are looking at up to about 25 years. Then, for those who have political ambitions and then those who are already in politics, when you are convicted using this act, you are barred from contesting public office. And so the sanctions are heavy. We need to move away from, yes, the law is there, the sanctions are there. We need to make them bite. And so I believe that once we can put some of these things in place, then we can be making headways.
Okay. We'll be right back after this break.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk. Yummy. Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
So I want to ask this. I'm not supporting what the doctor said. More like we have the act, but it's not serving a purpose. You are saying that, well, it's good we have to have it, but maybe the implementation needs to be enhanced.
Yes.
Kind of. But let's look at the section 4, you say, of the act. It says aiding and abetting of activities of political party vigilante group. A person shall not directly or indirectly instigate, command, counsel, procure. So all these are just trying to throw light on the fact that if you support, if you instigate, or if you bring up these activities, even as a politician,
the law will deal with you.
Yes.
Has that been the case? I think that
So it boils down to
So
the
it's-
commitment.
All right.
Because if a government is in power and one of its key leading members are found culpable of this law, there's almost always a loophole or a way around the law, either to delay the trial or
But should
delay
that
the
be
prosecution.
case? That is the issue.
You see, it's a function of what it is versus what it ought to be.
Okay.
It is supposed to be like this in the law, but that's far from reality. And in fact, for most laws, when they are passed, you would look at the law as it is in the books and its implementation on the ground. It's supposed to match up and be exactly as it is. But there is some element of discretions that are allowed in the prosecutorial process. And so this particular law was carefully written to rope in everybody so that those who think that they can be a mastermind.
Carefully written, but doctor thinks otherwise.
Yes, I think he
so
will.
many things were not factored into.
Yes,
bringing
you
this.
see, that is the very reason why we have amendment processes.
All right.
You see, in drafting of laws and constitutions and all these, you can't get it perfect.
Okay.
Even our constitution has been amended before, if you're aware. So if the supreme law of the land has even been amended before, then, these laws are enactments that are capable of growth. Even if it is perfect or it appears to be perfect for today, tomorrow new ways of doing political party vigilantes activities and new ways of terrorizing people for their lands and their things will emerge.
Okay.
It could be cyber form, it could be all these forms.
Okay.
And the laws have to grow to match up.
Okay.
And so I believe that once Doc is here and he's part of the commission, we need to see more of the advocacy.
Yes.
We need to see how the commission is putting in place activities, rolling out plans to put the advocacy out there. Because it appears that we only hear about these things on a seasonal basis.
Yes.
So when festivals are approaching, when elections are approaching, then we begin to hear these activities. The laws are there.
Yes.
But why are we not, ensuring that these laws are there? Private individuals can file a complaint, file a petition.
Okay.
There are institutions that handle these. And so if we as citizens also want to be involved in the process to ensure that the laws are used or people are prosecuted to the full extent of the law, we must be involved in the process. Like our president says, that we must not be spectators. And so we must be involved in the process. And I believe that it's only when we get involved in the process, increase the advocacy, and then the institutions and authorities that are also involved in amendments of these laws, if they also come in and everybody brings their knowledge and experience on board, then I think we can head somewhere.
Right.
But then, even with a perfect law, if there's no will to implement, then it is as dead or as useless to a very large extent if we don't even have it. So that's what I think, and that's what I believe about.
I don't know how many people know about this act or this law in place, because it looks like because of let's say unemployment issues, these young men and women are employed into it. I mean, by these politicians, by these big people that go and guard my land, go and do, without knowing its implication it will have on their future. So what do we have to do to let them know that there is an act in place to make sure that you don't do this? Because once they don't know, I mean, I'm not saying that because they don't know, they will not be prosecuted.
Yes.
But don't you think people should know or be aware that there are acts or there are laws in place?
Exactly.
And so they have to.
Exactly. It's very good you have brought up this question. And just like you said, ignorance of the law is not an excuse.
Exactly.
And so I'm very happy that we're having this program today. And then this also forms some form of advocacy, and then some form of awareness creation, because there are millions of people that are watching. And so we need everybody to know that if you are being procured, you are being directed, you are being instructed, your mind is being controlled to engage in land guard activities, you should know that when you are caught, you are looking at a minimum of 5 years imprisonment. And so if you will rather go to jail for 5 years, which once you are arrested, and then we can establish that that is what you were doing.
Probably they are thinking that because I belong to a political party or a group, I will not be prosecuted, just like Doctor said.
But there are people in jail. You see, when you go to our jails, it is not only one color party that is in the jail. Exactly. Everybody is there. And so if you want to take that risk, that because you belong to party A or party B, you will go ahead and then do it. Once you are arrested, you will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Sometimes some of the big fishes get away. Ask yourself, are you a big fish? Do you have clouds enough
to also get away?
To get away with it. And so we need people to know that it is an offense, it's a crime. If you are caught, you go to jail. You cannot contest for any public office for, I think, a minimum of 10 years. And so if you have these intentions, you see, people do not know. Some even think that, oh, once I am caught, we'll go to court and then they'll find a way and I get off. But you have a conviction on your record. Once you have a conviction on your record for specifically this act, it goes a long way to bar you from, partaking fully in the democracy of this country. So that's what I believe.
Okay, but I'll come to you again. Doctor, as a security expert, what do we have to do?
Well, I think what we have to do, just as my colleague panelist said, you see, for me, prevention is usually better than trying to cure, what we have failed to prevent. Some of us have advocated several years, to get a national security policy, document together. Fortunately, the national security put it together, so you can imagine, since independence, it's just, I think 2 years ago or so, we had a national security policy document put together to serve as a guide. And some of us had to keep pushing till we had it. Now, what needs to be done is to ensure the source of, these firearms. I'm sure if people are not committing crimes, there won't be the need to tighten a certain existing law or even promulgate a law that will, deter people, because then if there is nothing, then there is nothing to deter.
Yeah.
What some of us have pushed for is to get the draft bill, the national, to make the Small Arms Commission become an arms commission.
Okay.
Today, if you Boku is a war zone where you can literally not drive into Boku and come out. And the amount of weapons that are in Boku are not small arms. Say small arms, pump action, AK-47, and some submachine guns. They are using, all manner of weapons. I was there last year or so with the security couples. We went on a tour to Boku. And you can't just drive in there. So what needs to be done is to make sure we have an enactment for the Small Arms Commission today to become a regulator. Because at the moment, when containers arrive at the ports, the small arms don't have permission. When I say there's no law backing them to inspect containers, and their specific need would be to identify illicit weapons that are hiding in the containers. And so, or when aircrafts land, usually you have security officers inland boarding the aircraft to inspect and make sure weapons are not hidden in the aircraft before it leaves and the aircraft as it arrives, as they disembark. Once there's no law permitting the agency to do that, then it becomes difficult. It means that you are literally going to be working on second or third party arrest. And so maybe a customs officer whose work is collecting taxes and all that, he would find a weapon and call, hey, Master, we found a weapon, so come and take it. But probably you would have seen more weapons if you were part of the team that is inspecting. So the law to regulate, you know, what do you call it, importation, manufacturing, storage, as we said, we don't have a shooting range. We don't have a training facility. So you have the reason why you have a lot of domestic, you know, abuse or misuse of firearm is because the guy has gone to literally procure a firearm. He's been licensed, a licensed firearms bearer. If you do, we have a training facility for civilians to go to and be able to train to use firearm or to maintain that firearm. I know of incidents where armed robbers broke into the place. The house owner picks his, pump action weapon which he procured 10 years ago, and he's shaking like a fowl. And the armed robbers come in and they take the weapon from him and they slap him too, and they won't even steal and they leave. They won't even rob him again because what they have had is more valuable than going in there to rob him. Because then it takes them a lot. Because sometimes they hide, these firearms. And so if he comes to your house and he finds them. But if we put in the law, you go to Alabanyo in Konya area, go to Abu Abu, go to other places in the north, in Accra. Those who were, we had the blacksmiths. You know, we have those typically in every community. We had. Today, they are still there. Generations have inherited from great-grandparents. What are they producing? They are no longer producing that the same because the Chinese are producing that the same and bringing them in. So they are producing firearms, but who is regulating it? Artisanship. You cannot stop artisanal firearm production. We can regulate it by putting them in groups and making sure that the firearms you are producing would meet a certain standard. That we should have facilities. So this law, it's taken us over 4 years to draft the law with the help of ECOWAS, the AU, GIZ, the Germans, and European Union have aided us to do it. What is now left is for us to get it passed into law. Fortunately, government has promised to get it passed into law. We are getting the Minister of the Interior is going through the process of making sure the control list. We should have the national control list, which helps us to know what we are controlling. So that, I think, very soon might go to cabinet and it will be passed into law. Once all these things are done, which we should have done first, then you can have the preventative laws, like my colleague lawyer said, my colleague, the lawyer said, what's the name? The act is not useless per se. But at the moment, what we need to strengthen that particular law, we don't have it. So you will try and try and try. But once you are not stopping the supply chain, you get what I'm trying to say? Then the law is inactive. It will be there 25 years, 5 years, this, that. Yes, maybe 1 or 2 people could be prosecuted. What my final words would be to thank yourselves. Let's continue to advocate, or else some countries are becoming banana republics, like we can see in the Sahel. And this issue of security, vigilantism, and all these things are very paramount. This is how Boko Haram and the rest started. And so if we can put in measures to ensure that when we sleep, it's important. And also to help the police do their work. I'm an advocate for the police and security in general. If we can help all the security agencies, i.e. the police leading them, to make sure things are done right, 2024 would pass. Because as we said, there is going to be another by-election, we are told, in the corner. And so the police did well in, what's the name? Kumewu, and they did well in Asin North. We want them to do well in 2024 so that the bloodshed we saw in 2020, we don't see it. So that whoever wins, we congratulate you. Whoever loses, we say better luck next time. So this will be my last words, and also thanking you for bringing me onto this program.
Let me also hear from Lawyer Sena. So, as a legal practitioner, I mean, doctor has said so many things. What do we have to do? I mean, do we have to bring civil society organizations? How do we, I mean, draw people's attention to these laws in place so that we,
So I believe that this should have a multifaceted approach. The law, the draft bill that the team is putting together, hopefully to get it passed, is one way to deal with it. But we need to look at the act, the 999, in a much broader sense.
All right.
Because the act deals with the vigilantism and land guard activism with the use of offensive weapon as one aspect.
Yes.
And then it also deals with it without the use of offensive weapons, where the macho man syndrome and then cutlasses, machetes, and things are used. So we need to find that distinction.
All right.
And then it also deals separately with those Azorka boys and all those kind of groups that are formed, you know, to intimidate, to, you know, to cast a slur on elections, carrying of ballot boxes, and then all those things. And so we need a holistic approach. This aspect will deal, this law that is being drafted will deal with the arms aspect of it. The intimidation, the harassment, the physical abuse, the use of machetes and all the others would also be dealt with by the substantive law. And so we need the civil society organizations to also step in to join the advocacy, to let the people know that we have a law that deals with, you know, some of these things. And that those who are not even aware that if you are caught under this law, you can be barred from even contesting any public office. All these people should be in the known. And then again, you who is involved in this whole process can go to jail. Minimum 5 years, 10 years, up to about 25 years if you are caught using arms. And so in the process of regulating the arms aspect, this law will come in handy. All the pieces of laws that are scattered within our body of legislative, you know, writings would also come in handy. So as much as we need this law, we would also need an overarching law on the national security, and then all those laws that will help us to implement. So that's what essentially I would say as my last words. The SOEs, the civil society organizations, will have to come in. We all have to play our role. Don't allow yourself to be used
by these political
don't allow yourself to be used, because at the end of the day, their children are studying abroad. They have private medical facilities abroad. When you have your ear cut or your hands cut, we are all going to Kolebu. And I mean, not to say we have some of the finest medical practitioners on the continent at Kolebu. But then, don't allow yourself to be used, because you stand a risk of going to jail for up to 25 years. And that's no mean thing.
It's not.
So I think that's where I would rest on this matter.
Thank you, gentlemen, for coming to educate us. Do not fall foul to this. If you do, you'll be prosecuted, and you spend a minimum of 5 years to a maximum of 25 years in jail. You do not want to go through this for someone's personal gain. Election is just around the corner. Do not go through this for someone's personal gain again. Be advised. This is Legal Agenda, and my name is Matilda Boate Nati.
I would like us to use this opportunity to pray for peaceful elections. I don't want this football field, this football game to have an effect on this. We have a peaceful country. We should leave it like that. The outcomes.
Ghanaians should open up their minds. Not that only they say, hey, no. They shouldn't trust anybody. They should sit back and think what their father is earning, what their mom is doing, what the brothers are doing. So they got to open up their brain and wake up. Wake up. Not this guy or whatever. They should think well. The future is more great.
I will tell all Ghanaians to be mindful and think of their kids, the generation, so that there will be no violence, there will be peace, because we don't have anywhere to go. Ghana is the only country we have now.
The 2024 election is something that we are all anticipating, and then one thing I would like to tell Ghanaians is to go to the polls and then actually vote. I mean, you have the right to make a decision for yourself and choose which leader you would want to come and lead you. You don't just want anybody or any other person to go and make a decision for you. And so you have the right to use your thumb to decide who you want to vote for, and then let that person, looking at their policies, if you think they are right, let them come and then do the magic that you want. Don't just let anybody decide for you. And then it should be peaceful, no violence. Don't push somebody or don't push your opinion on someone. So just go, do your thing, and then be back and then rest.
The peace message I have for Ghanaians is that we should all be advocates, we should all be campaign messages, or we should all advocate for peaceful elections. We shouldn't, we should go out, vote for the candidate we prefer peacefully. There should be no agitations, no, quarrels. Just go out there, vote. When you're done, you go peacefully back to your house. And then we should all, avoid violence.
The peace message to the nation is that everybody should vote. When you get there, you vote. You go back home. You don't stand there arguing, and then they will beat you up. When you vote, you go up, and when the result comes, you heard it.
As Ghanaians, we need to go out and vote, but in doing so, we have to ensure that we vote peacefully and leave the premises after that. And generally, we want to see a peaceful Ghana after December 7th. So let's all do our part, and then we'll see 2025.
It goes without saying that Ghana is a beacon, an icon of hope, not just within the sub-region, but the continent as a whole. We've had a bit of difficulties, economic challenges, but as far as the peace and tranquility that we share and we enjoy as a nation, it is one that even all the wealth of the whole world cannot purchase. So I'll just entreat everyone, in spite of even though the stakes are high, emotions are raw, that we go according to law, vote peacefully, and respect the will of the people.
As Ghanaians go to the polls December 7th to vote for their preferred candidates, presidential and parliamentary, it is expected that they do that in peace. And I want to join my voice or add my voice to that of the IGP and every other stakeholder who has been calling for sanctions or for some form of punishment for electoral offenders, that once such a thing happens, the security agencies should be on standby and, give the necessary punishments, for the lack of a better word, to persons or to electoral offenders.
Peace is critical in this particular elections because the stakes are high. We expect that the peace that we have enjoyed over the past election years will still prevail, so that at least businesses can continue to do business, so that the economy can continue to run without any fear and panic in the economy. So I would encourage Ghanaians, even as we enter into the election, even as we go to the polling stations, to, as much as possible, just cast their votes and then go back peacefully to their homes and then expect the results at the end of the day.
Let's maintain peace. We have one Ghana. It is Ghana,
and no other country. Let's maintain the peace. The peace is so important. Until you experience war, you won't appreciate what peace is. So let's embrace peace at all avenues, so that we can go to the waakye seller and buy our waakye freely and enjoy it. When there is war, there is no way we will feel free to go to the waakye seller and enjoy that early morning hot waakye. So let's maintain peace, let's embrace peace wherever, and let's be advocates of peace wherever we find ourselves. Let's encourage each and everyone to maintain peace before, during, and after the elections.
Rasta for omo ti say onipa waji schedule oye dia one day omo yi oso atwede onfa nkodu onfa nkowie pada said the emre bi asemo jan obo penalty mani bo no since that day Rasta for dabi udi agro na ma open for kra anwo by force on wogumase coach ni de udi so coach na nkasa oni ankasa oni angije onimu ohwe ni TV so no okasa kra udi so onye confident onye nipa maintain of the ba onye nipa wo confidence bi ewo ni mu because the way obesi akasa the way obesi as a bema pa wo gina so ni tiri mu a obotinu sakola ba hu ni je chon so ya bema ba ni mu no o to sini bebre o to ni confidence bi ya wo ni mu coach na tell you something oh man no pa ne ba bi ntan na onko do na ire ma anko di odo.
Welcome to Campaign Trail here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Eche Atisu, and today we do a sit down with the MP for Krachi West, Helen Adjoantoso, who is in her third term in Parliament, but she's hoping to seek the nod of her electorates to be retained in Parliament for a fourth time. We'll find out why she wants to stay longer in Parliament and what have been some of the instrumental things she's done over the period. Once again, welcome to Campaign Trail. Honorable, thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you too for coming.
And how has Parliament been for you? I mentioned that you are seeking a fourth term in Parliament. How has Parliament been for you?
Thank you very much. Very challenging, interesting.
Okay.
And it gives you the opportunity also to learn and to have experience, you know, when it comes to dealing with illiterates, when it comes to the legislature, because you get to know the procedures in coming out with, you know, a bill to be passed into a law. You know, we recently you know, managed, you know, in a way to pass the affirmative action bill. So you get to know the procedure, and by so doing, you've got to also read and get to know more about what happens in Parliament. And then as you also continue, you know, you win your first term, the second term, you gain experience to do more and to be able to, you know, do what is expected of you in the constituency. So it's been an experience, you know, being in Parliament for the first term, second term, and third term. And we learn from our mistakes as well. Maybe you did it the first time, the second time you're learning from some mistakes that you did and you're correcting the mistakes. So that's what is helping me actually to continue to win. And to be honest with you, this is my 4th term, and I'm going to win and come back to Parliament.
You mentioned challenging, and you mentioned the fact that along the way you build your experience in Parliament and you get to know your way around things. But I just want us to backtrack a little. Let's get to know you even a little better. How and what launched you into politics, first of all?
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. When I was younger,
okay,
you know, when we were in secondary school.
And which secondary school did you go to?
Krachi Secondary School.
Oh, okay.
We're going to celebrate. Krachi is going to celebrate the 50th anniversary.
Oh wow!
On the 10th.
Okay.
So the issue is that during the revolution, I was in secondary school.
Okay.
79, I was a guest prefect for Krachi Senior High School, and now it's a senior high school. It used to be Krachi Secondary School.
Okay.
You know, youthful exuberance, and we were so much in love with Papa J, you know.
Okay, that's Rollins.
Jerry John Rollins.
Okay.
We're so much in love with him. So we're all shouting, you know, in support of him. So I got myself involved in the student task force. And we're involved in, you know, evacuation of cocoa and all the stuff. So after secondary school, I went to St. Francis Training College.
Okay.
And after St. Francis Training College, I was posted to Accra. That was my first posting to Accra, to Kaneshi West 7 and 8 Middle School.
Okay.
So that was where I was teaching.
So that means your background is teaching?
My background is teaching.
Okay.
I'm a teacher by profession.
Okay.
So, so back in Kaneshi West 7 and 8 Middle School, there was this, you know, in 1983, we call it the hunger period.
Yes.
Where there was drought in Ghana, and it was difficult to come by food and whatever. There was this another task force, you know, a group that was in charge of, you know, monitoring the sales of bread, evacuation of flour, distributing among, you know, bakers, and we monitored the sales and all that. So I was part of it. So that I joined the People's Militia and in Accra. So along the line, I had my paramilitary training, and I was sent to the border. That's Nkwanta South.
Okay.
It was Krachi Nkwanta in those days because it was one constituency, but now we have 5 constituencies out of the Krachi, out of Kete Krachi. So I was a border patrol officer. I was adjutant in charge of the militias for almost 9 years.
Okay.
So yeah, I became interested in politics.
So it was building your interest.
It was building my interest, and actually, even though I do not come from Nkwanta, I come from Krachi, but because my parents have lived there, I was sort of, I wasn't born there. I was born in Krachi, Old Krachi, but then because my father migrated from Krachi to Nkwanta, he was a big-time farmer.
Okay.
So we had lived there for more than, 10 years. And, the Constitution says that if you have lived in a place for 5 years or more, you can contest. Yes. So I did contest in 1996. I contested as a parliamentary, candidate, with Honorable, the late Honorable Bediame.
Okay.
Yes, that was 96. So I realized that women were not interested, in going into politics. So there were a few women, in parliament, even at the disassembly level. Now it has improved, but just a little, because out of 275 MPs were only 40.
Yes.
So, and I am the sort of person where when men are doing certain things, I feel that as a woman,
you should be able
or
to.
as a little girl during those days, I wanted also to do that sort of challenging, to see whether I'll be able to do what boys were doing, I'll be able to do what men were doing. That's how I got so my interest in politics. So like I said, I contested in 1996. So that is it. My interest grew when I actually lost my job in 2000.
Which job? Your teaching job?
No, you know, after 92, I didn't want to go back to the classroom.
Okay.
I went on secondment.
Okay.
So after my parliamentary training, I didn't go back
to the classroom.
To the classroom after 92. So I was appointed the district coordinator NADMO. But
Okay.
when NDC lost in 2000,
then you lost your job.
You know, politics, you know, this kind of thing. So yeah. So I lost my job and I traveled outside the country. I was in the UK. And still monitoring what was happening. You know, being trained as a missionary. And then after my missionary training, I got enrolled in Lambert College and did my advanced diploma in childcare. So I'm a early childhood professional.
Okay. Still within the educational.
Still within educational.
Okay.
You know, leave the classroom, but then you develop interest. So I was trained as a early childhood development professional.
Okay.
So then I was monitoring what was happening in Ghana, and actually my coming into politics, becoming an MP was God ordained.
Was it not already something that was going to happen from the history you've given us, all that you were doing? How did the God ordained part come in?
Yeah, so you see, I said I left the country.
Yes.
Trained as a missionary, and then I went to school. So I wanted to live in the UK to work, and maybe during holidays I come back home. So I wasn't actually coming, you know, after my training, not returning to Ghana to do politics. I wanted to concentrate on whatever I was doing in the UK. And then one night I had a call to come back to Ghana. The Lord spoke to me clearly that I should come back to Ghana. He wants God-fearing people in Parliament. 3 times. You know, so I spoke to a few prayer intercessors. I was a member of the prayer intercessors team. And they said, oh, no, why do you have to go back to Ghana? You know, with all this experience you have in the childcare sector. So I prayed again. The Lord said.
So it was profound.
Profound.
That you needed to come back.
The Lord said, I said you should go back.
Okay.
I'll bless you in Ghana more than if you.
Which year was this?
This was 2008.
Okay.
So the Lord said, go back to
You
Ghana.
came back to Ghana.
So I came back to Ghana with the intention that the Lord said He wanted me in Parliament, so I should come.
So the only reason you came back to Ghana was because God wanted you to come here and enter active politics in Parliament.
Yes. He said He needed God-fearing people in the legislature in Ghana.
Your storyline is different from a lot of other stories we hear of people who, in fact, when you were talking about Chairman Rawlings and everything, I was imagining that was what launched you into politics. But then it deviates to your sojourning to UK and then this.
Yes.
Quite a different story.
So I was so much interested in politics because of the late
Rawlings.
Okay. You know, so I was so much happy about what he was doing. You know, a young soldier, you know, who was so much concerned about the welfare of the people of this country. So I fell in love with him. You know, here when you talk about love, people think otherwise because of his
ideals,
you know,
his ideologies,
his ideas, ideologies, yes, accountability. Probity and accountability. So some of us were interested.
Okay.
You know, but because I traveled and now I was also seeing the calling in doing ministry work. That's why I was trained as a missionary. So I wanted to deviate, you know, from politics and to do missionary work and to do, you know, childcare work in the UK. To do both. missionary work
plus
and the childcare, work in the UK, because I was a very qualified, person to be a nursery manager. So when the call came, then I realized that, you see, you are into politics. You live, you want to do evangelism. Now God says that, yes, go back and do what you wanted to do earlier on before you came to the UK. So then I realized that, yes, I can do politics and do God's work at the same time. I'm a reverend minister of the gospel.
Okay.
So then I realized that if it's God who is speaking, who am I? So if people say that if you're a Christian, you cannot do politics, that is very wrong. If I had not heard God, I wouldn't speak the way I'm speaking. You can be a Christian because for what the Lord told me before I came down, I realized that He wants Christians, He wants God-fearing people. There are Muslims who are, they also fear God. So that is what God wants Ghanaian Parliament to be. Because He spoke to me and I came. And when I came and they said I was not going to win, He said, look, I said you should come, you win. So I depended on God. The second term, they said I was not going to win. I said, until God says stop, I'm not stopping.
So that means 2012, you entered Parliament.
Yes.
2016,
yes.
Entered Parliament.
2020,
yes. Entered Parliament. You've already given us the assurance that you are going to be retained.
Yes.
I want us to take a short break, but when we come back, you'd explain to me why you are so confident that you are winning a fourth term. This is still Campaign Trail here on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be back shortly. My guest is the MP for Krachi West, Helen Adjoantoso. Why and how confident are you about your fourth term? You say you are going to win. Where's the confidence coming from?
The confidence is coming from God.
Okay.
I'm inspired by the Holy Spirit. When the Holy Spirit speaks, I don't listen to man, because I hear the Holy Spirit when He speaks. So if God says go, He knows what He's going to do.
I want to ask you.
No matter the difficulties.
I want to ask you just a very maybe interesting question. Let me just put it that way.
Yeah.
Every other person who wants to come into politics, maybe the other people who are contesting you, don't they also have? Don't they have such stories that you think, are they also moved by such superficial powers or supernatural powers? That's God will say, this is the time. I want this other person in. You are sure that God says you are still going to go into Parliament, and every other person would not be able to unseat you?
You know what? There are people who also go into politics believing what they believe in. I believe in the mighty God who has created the heavens and the earth, and underneath the earth belongs to Him. So if God says that, go, and I'm going, not until He says that, maybe stop and do full-time work for me, nobody can beat me. Because when God says go and I'm going, you know that He's holding you by His mighty hands and nobody can snatch you from His hands. So because He has spoken, I know that nobody can beat me until I decide not to contest again. And you see, even though I'm in opposition, NDC is in opposition, I'm an opposition MP, what I have done in the constituency, people are surprised that this is an opposition MP, and look at what he's doing. What I'm doing that this assembly is not even able to do what I'm doing.
Now that you're mentioning that, let's go to specifics. What are you doing? What have you done? What are the projects, your greatest achievements? Can you list some of them?
Yeah, you see, I was from 2013 to 2016. Don't forget I was the Eastern Regional Minister and Water Regional Minister.
Yes.
You know, I like setting record standards. You know, there was this conflict in Akuapem, in the Eastern region, 21-year-old conflict.
Yes.
Ministers have been there, they did their best, and when I went there, my attention was drawn to this fact that for so many years they were not able to celebrate Ujura Festival. And this is a very popular festival that Akwa parents will want to celebrate. When I went to the Eastern region, I took this as a project. And by the grace of God, I was able to bring the chiefs together. And they had to sign an agreement.
So that was through your intervention?
Through my intervention.
Okay.
Do you get me? So then there was peace.
That's the first major one.
That's the first major one.
Okay.
And let me tell you something. I'm a peace ambassador. When I was moved from Eastern region to Volta region, there was this popular paramount chief called Togbe Kwajode. He was the paramount chief of Peki traditional area.
Okay.
He died and he was in the mob for 6 years because of chieftaincy dispute. When I was reshuffled from Eastern region to Volta, I took this one too as my project. And because of my intervention, we were able to bury Togbe Kwajode.
After 6 years in the morgue?
After 6 years in the morgue. So then I realized that actually when God calls you, he helps you to do things that, you know, even men could not do. Then this Nkonya and Alavanyo conflict.
Yes.
I was very instrumental to actually calm down tempers in Nkonya and Alavanyo. I was the regional minister who was able to bring the chiefs of Alavanyo and Nkonya to Pando. I brought them there. We had a nice fashion and for them to sign. And I still have this white calico that, you know, the youth, elders of Nkonya, elders of Alavanyo, they had to sign that, look, we want peace, we want peace, we want peace. And I was even going with the military to play games, with Nkonya youth, with Alavanyo youth coming together. So it was so interesting. So during my time, there was this sort of peace in Nkonya and Alavanyo. So
those are three major interventions you made in bringing...
So because of that,
yes.
I was adjudged the African Female Peace Champion in 2015 because of what I've done. So I hold the title as African Female Peace Champion. You know, Ghana, I was also adjudged the Peace Ambassador for Ghana. And don't forget that I was the best regional minister in 2015.
Yes.
So this is a woman who, by the grace of God, I do things that people are taken aback. So apart from this, you know, I was the first female regional minister in Volta. I am the first female MP in Krachi. I'm the only female MP in Oti region.
So these are some of the things that gives you the confidence that you are going to be retained.
Yes.
You didn't mention any physical.
So apart from these ones that I've mentioned,
any physical projects or things that you've done,
and getting awards.
Yes.
You realize that there are a lot of awards here, international awards and local awards. You know, so apart from this, when you go to my constituency, for the last 6 months, I've drilled 51 boreholes.
The last 6 months?
6 months. If you go to my constituency, I'll take you to these communities and areas that I have drilled boreholes. The last 6 months, that's what I'm telling you. I've drilled 51 boreholes. Apart from that, because there is our common fund is nothing to talk about. It's not, you know, you can, when you're talking about 5% of this Assembly Common Fund as the MP's fund, our area, we have a lot of schools that were under trees. Under shades when it's raining and children have got to run home. Now what I'm doing is that, and I'll show you pictures and you will see that now, because people doubt whether you are the one doing or not. So what I do is that when the project is completed, I put Honorable Helena Adjuantoso, MP's project. Then I put the community, Daddy Crow, I put Amoy Kope, I put Tunga, I put Jasayo, I put, you know.
So the communities that you do these things in?
Yes,
okay.
So I'm doing pavilions, very nice pavilions.
Okay.
If you see the pavilions, you won't believe it. colleagues in parliament see that, oh, can you give us the design or something like that for us to do same? Because if you want to put up completed 3-unit completed classroom block, you can't. How many can you be able to? But when you're doing these pavilions, you are able to touch a lot of these communities, and they are so happy because children are able to study, and teachers are also happy because they have a very conducive, terrain or atmosphere, to be able to teach the children. So they are happy that I'm putting up this pavilions. And what I'm also doing is that because we have, communities on the islands, we don't have teachers. You go to some of the communities and you realize that from class 1 to the JSS, they have only 2 teachers. I spoke to the Minister for Education recently, and he was saying that maybe they have not received, these gaps and whatever. But I spoke to the education director, and he said they have done so. So okay. I'm making a follow-up. Class 1 to JSS, and then they have only 2 teachers. So what I'm doing is that just to encourage the teachers who are teaching on the islands and nurses who are on the islands working. Recently I went giving them, solar lanterns where they can at least use it at night for it can also charge their phones, because there are some of the areas you've got to travel several nautical miles to the capital to come in, or municipal capital to come and charge your phones.
Because
so I'm giving these solar lanterns. Yeah, no electricity. Okay. No electricity in most of the places on the islands. So this is what I'm doing: distribution of solar lanterns to nurses and teachers who are on the islands. What I'm also doing is that the health centers, at least 3 rooms or 2 rooms where 2 nurses can be posted.
So they can stay.
So that they can stay. I'm also doing that. I recently commissioned one of these projects, okay. And then I've started one, and within 2 months I will be able to, on the islands, within 2 months I will be able to finish.
Now your list is long, and I know we could go on and on and on, but I'm just wondering how other women, especially, now you mentioned the ratio of men to women in parliament, and there's been that call for several years. Only recently Parliament has passed the gender equity bill, the affirmative action bill. Yeah. How is that going to contribute and help other women like yourself be able to get into Parliament and help bring the needed developments that are needed, especially in some of these remote communities that you're talking about?
You see, this country will lack in something. Sensitizing the public as to what should be done. The NCC, this is a well-established setup that can do education, that can sensitize the public as to what they should do, ABC. Look, this affirmative action bill, when you read Article 17 and 35 of the Constitution, it talks about gender imbalance. So why are we also not addressing it? So we felt, okay, with the coming of a law specifically addressing, gender imbalance, that would be helpful. For instance, when the military are going to recruit, we're saying that they should at least, recruit 30%.
So there should be a quota for?
There should be a quota for girls, when it comes to recruitment. In Parliament, we are 275. It's only 40 who are women. Some have even lost their primaries. So come the ninth Parliament, we don't know the number of women who are coming
because
back.
This came way after the bill, earlier before the bill was passed. Do you think it would have been more helpful if it came before most of the parties did their primaries?
Yeah, but you see, when it comes to political parties, you cannot actually compel them to, but when they put some of these policies in their manifestos, then with the coming of the affirmative action bill, there's going to be a committee, a national committee for affirmative action committee that will be monitoring. Okay. That will be monitoring, the public sector, the private sector, as to whether they're actually addressing gender equity issues.
All right.
So that will be helpful. So this is what we have, come up with. There will be a committee that will be monitoring. The various sectors will be reporting to this committee as to what they have done when it comes to gender equity. So that will be helpful to us. Other countries who are, doing well when it comes to gender equity are countries who are also practicing the quota system. In Ghana, we are not practicing the quota system. So when we are done through with our elections and few women qualify or few women, come out as victorious, there's no room for any appointment. So in future, that's what we also advocate for, because the global, what will I say, tagging of gender equity is that from 2024 to 2026, we should have the ratio should be 30% women representation.
Are we on track to that even for Ghana?
We are still at, even in Parliament, we are 14%. By 2028, it should be 35%. And by 2030, it should be 50%. We are no near. If you talk about International Parliamentary Union, when we hosted the union last year, Ghana hosted the union, International Parliamentary Union, Ghana hosted. When Ghana hosted, the global rating out of 193, we are 147 out of 193. So it means that we've got to do something.
That's a poor rating.
Very poor. And then we have, don't forget that Ghana has also signed on this international, like the Sustainable Development Goals.
Yes.
We know that goal 5 is on gender equity. We are signed on. And Ghana we have been missing the targets every time. Ghana, when they come out with the ratings, Ghana, we've been missing out. So with the coming in of this affirmative action law, the act, I think when we work seriously towards attaining or achieving these targets of 30%, we'll be able to do that.
All right. I don't want you to miss the opportunity of talking directly to your constituents and the larger women population who will be watching this. So I want to give you about a minute. Tell us what you are going to give them again. What's more to be expected from you? Yeah. So let's just have you speak to your constituents in Krachi West.
Okay. What I want to tell them is that, you see, no one can go to my constituency to use money, because it happened in 2020 when last minute there were, my opponents were sharing, because the government is in power, sharing rice, sharing sewing machines, doing this and that. At the last minute, when they have not worked, they cannot boast of any projects. They're thinking of doing some this year, but I can assure you that my constituency, if they send money, they'll take the money. They'll take the money, because you see, the strategy, what I've seen is that you stress people, people are so hungry, and you think that you can use money to win them, to your side. But people have suffered so much to the extent that no money can entice anybody at this time, because people are really suffering. And my constituency, the poverty rate is also high. There are people who are working, as fisher folks on the island. They are not even getting premix to go doing their fishing activities. So if last minute you go and give them money, that's vote for me, I don't think they'll listen to you. There are farmers who need even fertilizer they are not getting. Kalasi, they don't have the money to buy. So nobody, I'm telling my constituents, nobody, I've told them, I've gone around, I've done community engagements. That's why I am so sure of winning and winning big.
What's your percentage? What would you
what percentage would you give yourself in your win this year?
In my win, I'm not expecting less than 70%. I'm not expecting less than 70% because the people know what I've done. The youth are in love with me because my priority is that NDC wins for the youth to be able to be gainfully employed. Because there are youth in my constituency who have completed nursing training. They haven't received any postings. Some have completed teacher training colleges and they have not gotten their postings. Now there's a teacher people ratio is so bad in my constituency. So if we come and we can post this graduates who have completed teacher training colleges and whatever, if we are able to post them, they will be happy. Nursing trainees, if we are able to post them for them also to get some jobs to do, they will also be happy. So they are looking up to me to win and NDC to win so that they can gainfully be employed. That's so the youth are mad. They mad love with me because of my programs and my activities. So when I get to the constituency, if you happen to go with me, you see what I'm talking about. Okay. The girls, the boys, they follow me like something because they know that this is a woman. They tell me I'm the woman that we can trust. Okay. So I'm happy to tell you that and happy to announce that no matter what the devil does, no matter what my opponent, no matter what they do, I'll still win because the people have the confidence in me that this is a woman we can trust. This is a woman who has come. She has performed more than, we've had 3 men. Fortunately for me, we have 3 men before I came in. And the people are seeing the difference between what I'm doing and what the previous men have done. So no 2 ways about me winning 7th December.
Thank you very much. And that's a very, very confident MP for Krachi West. Yeah. She knows there's no room to fail because she's confident about that. So that's been our guest. Thank you very much, Honorable. And we wish you all the best as we go into the electioneering period and even on December 7th. So thank you once again. Our guest has been MP for Krachi West, Helen Adjoantoso. And as we go into the electioneering period, look out for more of these interactions on GhanaWeb TV. Also remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Look for GhanaWeb TV, subscribe and click on the notification button. My name is Eche Atiso. Until another time, be safe.
Me voting there, I even told my colleagues I'm selling my vote because whether I vote for you or not, I'm still going to suffer. So when you give me an amount of 1,000 and I vote, I think I have something better in it. Whereby me going to vote just free like that. No, I will not vote free. When you give me money, I'll vote for you. I'm selling my vote. That's to me. Because after all voting, I'll just come back, ride my motor. It's not like I don't have good grace. I'm having good grace in the house. Nobody to help.
It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to this momentous occasion as we inaugurate this edifice as the new headquarters for the Bank of Ghana. I would like to welcome especially a few of the governors and deputy governors of the sister central banks who have come all the way to support us at this ceremony. We extend to you the warm welcome of Akwaba. This new head office complex called the Bank Square is more than a physical structure. It is a national monument highlighting the symbolic representation of our strong commitment to the transformation of the Ghanaian economy. It also highlights the central and pivotal role of the Bank of Ghana and how it is intertwined with the development and history of Ghana. Your Excellency, Mr. President, the Bank of Ghana traces its roots to the Bank of the Gold Coast. Back in 1947, some leading local politicians had called for the establishment of a national bank with central bank functions to act as a banker to government and to cater for the indigenous sector of the economy. In 1953, the Bank of the Gold Coast was established to provide banking services to indigenous farmers, traders, and other individuals who could not access such services from expatriate banks. As soon as local politicians and economists saw political independence in sight in the mid-1950s, the agitation for a central bank was revived. It was believed that a central bank would give true meaning to political independence. The colonial government at the time admitted the proposal and set up a National Select Committee in 1955 to review the proposal, thus preparing the ground for the establishment of a central bank. Fortunately, the Bank of the Gold Coast had already set the stage for central banking, following the experience from providing banking services to the indigenous economy. All that was needed in addition was specially trained personnel in central banking and a suitable accommodation for the central bank to take off. A section of the bank staff were therefore trained to start a new department, that's the issue department, responsible for the issuance of local currency. By the end of 1956, all was set for the establishment of the central bank in Ghana. On the 4th of March 1957, just 2 days before the declaration of political independence, the Bank of Ghana was formally established by the Bank of Ghana Ordinance number 34 of 1957. The primary mandates of the bank were to issue and redeem local currency, manage foreign reserves, influence credit allocation with a view to maintaining monetary stability and enhancing the value of the Ghana pound. The bank was also to act as the banker and financial advisor to the government. On 1st August 1957, the then new and modern 5-story building on the High Street, number 1 Thorpe Road, opens its doors for business. Thus, for more than 67 years, that building has served as the command center for the central bank to formulate monetary policy, supervise the banking and non-banking financial institutions, and oversee its operations across the country. Arguably, one of the most key economic achievements of the country, especially under the Fourth Republic, has been the rapid growth and development of the financial sector. Broadly, this was driven by the national drive to make Accra the financial gateway to the sub-region. This vision led to bold investments to transform this enclave of Accra into a financial hub. Your Excellency, I recall I raised the issue of a new headquarters of Bank of Ghana with you sometime in 2018, a vision which you shared and encouraged us to explore. I must say that this idea had been in the plans of the bank from the early 2000s. Since then, successive management teams and boards made different attempts to initiate processes to build a new head office. However, each attempt was overcome by one challenge after the other. This attempt under your administration was not without difficulties, as this location was the subject of litigation. However, your decision to issue an executive instrument to acquire the land for the public good, seeing this as a national monument, paved the way for this project to commence. Over the past 67 years in operation, the core functions of the central bank have expanded both in terms of scope and the number of functions following the fast-changing domestic economic landscape and increasing integration with the global financial architecture. For example, the scale of issuing and redeeming of currency in the 1950s pales in comparison to the same operation in today's economy. The number of regulated financial institutions has increased from less than 5 institutions in 1957 to over 830 institutions and across 20 institutional categories presently. The number of branches of regulated institutions, personnel, and systems that must be supervised have expanded significantly, and we cannot ignore the monumental evolution of banking services, the corresponding increase in the number of consumers of those services, and technological advancements that have changed the financial service ecosystem in Ghana, bringing on board licensing and supervision of mobile money operators and financial technology firms. As you may be aware, Bank of Ghana has multiple offices in the city of Accra, and with a strategic plan to harmonize all these operational units at the headquarters under one roof. This new head office provides us with the opportunity to better streamline our operations, improve communication, reduce costs, and create the needed synergies for efficiency. Distinguished guests, the Bank Square was designed with the future in mind and stands as one of the most important modern civic landmarks in the city of Accra, and for that matter, our nation. This building will play a pivotal role in shaping Ghana's identity as a leading force in Africa's financial ecosystem, symbolizing Ghana's growing influence as an economic powerhouse on the world stage. By commissioning this product of the imagination of an internationally celebrated architect, Sir David Ajayi, a proud son of Ghana, we are boldly affirming our commitment to investing in the nation's future. His architectural firm, Ajayi and Associates, has created this enduring masterpiece, one designed to withstand the test of time and serve as a beacon of Ghana's revitalization for generations to come. Architecturally, the Bank Square is a bold statement of Bank of Ghana's enduring presence and authority in the financial landscape. Clad in durable stone, the building symbolizes permanence and resilience, much like ancient monuments that have withstood the test of time. This material not only conveys the bank's stature, but also requires minimal maintenance, supporting the bank's sustainability goals. This architectural form reflects the bank's role as a regulatory authority and affirms its importance within the nation's economic framework. Standing at 100 meters, it is not only the tallest building in Ghana, but also the most sustainable edge-advanced structure of its size in the country and in the sub-region. This landmark complex is entirely powered by its own harvested solar energy, setting a new standard for environmentally conscious civic and public buildings across Africa. So if you see the lights on in the night, we are not depending on the national grid. The electricity is being generated by the solar panels above this podium. Despite together, the 4 buildings will accommodate over 2,500 staff, and alongside offices and public banking facilities, there is a currency museum, a conference and press amenities, a 1,500-seater auditorium, and rooftop terraces. Despite all the innovative features of the building, by acquiring the services of local partners, the management of the bank has ensured that the value for money assessment of this project can boast of a lower cost per square meter than comparable projects in Accra. In addition, the construction of the Bank Square has provided an invaluable opportunity for hundreds of local workers to upskill their trade and crafts, It has equipped them with expertise to create buildings that set new standards in sustainability and craftsmanship, positioning them at the forefront of modern construction in Africa. Your Excellency, this is a civic building in the heart of Accra that is designed to honor, shape, and celebrate the future of Ghana. The state-of-the-art facility will foster creativity, collaboration, and efficiency, and undoubtedly it will enhance productivity in the bank and further drive our success. We envision this building as a hub for innovation, where more groundbreaking ideas will be born and nurtured. It will be a place where a new generation of officials will thrive and achieve new heights in modern central banking. I am personally elated, but also humbled to see this national monument completed during my time in office. I want to express my sincere gratitude to you, Your Excellency, Mr. President, for your immense support to get our hands to the wheels of this project and for your assistance in the acquisition process of the land. I also appreciate our dedicated team who worked tirelessly to bring this project to fruition. Their hard work and commitment have made this day possible. We are also grateful to our valued stakeholders who have supported us throughout this journey. Special credit goes to Gold Key Property Limited, the general contractor, Mr. Hayford, our representative on the project and the lead consultant of Multicard, Bricks Landscaping, who served as the landscaper architects, Green Design Africa for the sustainable features, ESCO, the structural and civic engineers, and last but not the least, Inhabit, the facade engineers. We applaud your dedication, professionalism, and teamwork that has resulted in this iconic structure. We say Ayeko to you. To my colleague members of the board, deputy governors and staff of the bank, I know you all share with me the feelings I have expressed. Let us all embrace the opportunities that lie ahead and work together to make this new head office build on the successes of the old one. This new headquarters of the Bank of Ghana, the Bank Square, should serve as a new instrument to help us effectively play the role as a transformative economic agency. In conclusion, Your Excellency, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, as I earlier mentioned, since 1957, our head office has been located on that popular spot on the #1 Top Road of the JEA Mills High Street. After 67 years of meritorious service to the economy, today's ceremony will officially retire the old head office building. Therefore, after today's commissioning, our official address for the Bank of Ghana head office will change to the Bank Square, number 42 Castle Road, Accra. As we step into this new chapter, I am filled with optimism that this building will remain a significant investment in our collective future as a nation. This will also push the Bank of Ghana towards new frontiers in central banking and demonstrate what we as a nation are capable of achieving. We remain committed to delivering on our mandate, and this new facility should enable us to do so effectively. Once again, thank you for celebrating our new address with us. God bless Ghana and God bless us all.
I acknowledge that this list of dignitaries here is inexhaustible, and time will not permit me to extend due honor to you all as I stand on all established protocols to address this esteemed audience. Thank you for the opportunity and the honor. In 1997, Gold Key was a modest team of 3 individuals operating out of a humble office block in the heart of Adabraka. Today, however, our company is more visible with a proven track record. The journey up to this point has been anything but easy and accidental. It has been the result of years of unwavering dedication to achieving excellence in every project and initiative we undertake. In our pursuit of consistent track record for delivering world-class development, we have emerged as trailblazers in Ghana's real estate market, boldly pioneering disruptive business models that have set benchmarks for the industry. In the depths of our hearts, we hold the unwavering belief that we indigenous Ghanaians are the only ones willing to make the necessary sacrifice. It shows that every great nation has risen through the dedication of its own people, who have the highest stake in the success of the country. At Gold Key, we have chosen to play our part solely through the private sector and remain true to this track. Your Excellency, in every corporate entity's existence, certain key events mark the chapters of that entity's history, defining its legacy and foretelling its future. For us at Gold Key Properties, and by extension CH Group, this represents one of those defining moments for several reasons. For one, this is our very first EPC project for the government of Ghana. In alignment with our core values, we were determined to demonstrate to ourselves, to Ghanaians, and to the world that a local company can be entrusted with even the most ambitious, most complex, most sensitive development project, such as the Central Bank of Ghana. This building is more than a remarkable addition to Accra's skyline. It proudly stands as the largest office development in the country, and I dare say in West African sub-region. The journey to its completion was filled with high stakes, incessant anxiety, and unprecedented challenges. The project's scale and complexity push Gold Key Properties into uncharted territory, drawing skepticism from many. Whilst doubts about its completion were understandable, they fueled the determination to succeed. Today, we celebrate this monumental achievement and the resilience of the Ghanaian people. This achievement represents not only a significant milestone for our company, but also a proud moment for Ghanaians everywhere. It serves as a testament to the ability of indigenous companies to deliver world-class excellence. Ghanaian businesses and its private sector have undoubtedly arrived and must be given opportunities to demonstrate their capabilities to compete on the world stage. Though we have had an enviable portfolio of development spanning over 27 years, none can be compared to this mega project in scale, scope, and complexity. Today's commissioning shows that the trust reposed in us was well placed and has returned with glorious value. Thank you for the confidence and trust you placed in our ability and capacity as a local company to deliver to scale, precision, quality, cost, time, and other critical factors. Gold Key Properties is eternally grateful to the government of Ghana, the Central Bank, and the people of Ghana. Today, we reaffirm our unwavering commitment to Ghana's growth and prosperity. We pledge that every penny made on this project will be reinvested in Ghana, fueling its development and advancing the shared aspirations of its people. Your Excellency, we succeeded because you trusted in us, and BOG trusted in our track record of excellence and believed in us. We triumphed because the government of Ghana and BOG gave us the opportunity. And for that, Gold Key Properties and our team say a heartfelt thank you. Now, talking about the Central Bank, we acknowledge the visionary leadership and the hands-on approach of Governor Addison himself, as well as his deputies, that cascaded down. The emphasis on the end-to-end standards, commitment, and collaborative spirit of top hierarchy of the Bank of Ghana and other relevant state agencies. Thank you, Governor Addison, and thank you to your deputies. We pay glowing tribute to the project team, including consultants, managers, administrators, surveyors, architects, engineers, subcontractors, suppliers, workmen, laborers who translated this ambitious endeavor from a bold vision through concept to reality. To all other partners and stakeholders who contributed to have culminated in this magnificent edifice, we say a big thank you for being part of the success story and part of history. We especially would like to thank Ganibo, Blue Blaze, Santec, LAM, BAE, AA, CCL, Mercantile, ACRP, Mitsubishi Lifts, and CS Hualong. As we honor this milestone, our vision extends far beyond the present. Yes, this building is a product of managerial excellence, architectural craftsmanship, ultra-modern engineering, precision construction, and fine arts history. But beyond its functionality and aesthetic appeal, it stands as a bold project of Ghana's brand within the sub-region and across the globe. It symbolizes the future for the Ghana we envisage at Gold Key and within CH Group. Our broader portfolio of companies, we remain focused on playing our part from the business sector. We share in Ghana's unique potential for its establishment as a regional hub, with all embracing advancement and development. With this vision in our hearts, we are committed to partnering with key stakeholders, present and successive governments, to realize the extraordinary potential of our nation. And I invite you all to join us in our passion, drive, and determination to shape a brighter future for Ghana. May today mark the beginning of a new and glorious chapter for the Bank of Ghana, for our beloved country Ghana, and for the entire African continent. Thank you.
This invitation to deliver a goodwill message stands as a testament to the strong partnership and collaboration between the Bank of Ghana and the Ghana Association of Banks, GAP. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this launch goes beyond the achievement of a mere milestone. It is a remarkable feat. It represents how mature we are today as a country in developing the ecosystem for financial markets in Ghana. Bank of Ghana, over the decades, has laid a strong foundation by putting in place a sound and robust financial blueprint, shaping laws, policies, and regulations on one hand, as the soft infrastructure. And now, the iconic Bank Square represents part of the hard infrastructure in this state-of-the-art and technology-infused edifice to complete the financial ecosystem. It marks the evolution of the central bank in preparing itself to take the center stage from an economic and finance perspective. As recorded in the good book, this iconic and ultra-modern edifice depicts the magnificent temple built by King Solomon, a structure renowned for exuding beauty and reflecting the work of expert craftsmen and professionals. In this, the Bank Square, as I understand, and we all know now, was constructed by Gold Key Properties, a wholly Ghanaian-owned construction company. This remarkable achievement underscores the capabilities of our local enterprises, and we should take pride in this. It is important that we continue to trust in the capabilities and actively engage the services of our local businesses to lead in infrastructure development in our country. The Bank of Ghana is once again demonstrating its leadership, ensuring that this building is sustainable and EDGE compliant, equipped with renewable energy systems as well as advanced treatment plants for water and waste management, aligning with modern eco-friendly standards. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the consistent progress we have made in enhancing the soundness of the banking sector provides a strong foundation for Ghana to assume a stronger leadership role in the financial services industry across the continent. It positions our nation as in areas such as regulation, governance, stakeholder engagement, innovation, and financial inclusion, among others. There is no doubt that with the numerous achievements as a country, notably political stability, peace, and improving macroeconomic conditions, Ghana is well positioned to become a center of excellence in the sub-region, attracting increased investments from domestic and international investors. The rapidly evolving banking landscape has placed greater demands on regulators to respond effectively and meet the heightened expectations of the public and other economic actors. On one hand, the exponential growth of technology and digitization has significantly expedited innovation, expanded financial inclusion, and enhanced customer experience. However, alongside these immense benefits, the rapid pace of technological advancement has also induced challenges in areas like data security, privacy concerns, cyber threats, and the risk of financial technologies being exploited for money laundering and illicit activities. Amidst these developments, Mr. President, Your Excellency, amidst these developments and emerging risks, the Bank of Ghana has consistently played a pivotal role in driving economic development and ensuring the safety and soundness of Ghana's banking and financial services sector. Through its proactive approach and sustained engagement with stakeholders, the central bank has continuously enhanced its effectiveness over the years. By implementing appropriate regulations and fostering collaboration, the Bank of Ghana has created an enabling environment for banks and fintechs to thrive while protecting the interests of customers and the general public. Despite the many disruptions and challenges the financial services sector has encountered and will continue to encounter, I remain confident in the resilience of Ghana's banking sector. Our banks are strong and well positioned to fulfill their mandate in providing innovative solutions to meet the evolving needs of our clients and contribute meaningfully to the nation's economic development and growth. Your Excellency, as President of the Ghana Association of Banks, I wish to take this opportunity to once again congratulate the Bank of Ghana for the immense support in navigating the difficult moments in our economy in the last few years. As we go into 2025 and beyond, we look forward to a stronger collaboration with the Bank of Ghana in resolving common issues to the financial services sector for our mutual and national benefits. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, congratulations to the Bank of Ghana as we commission Bank Square today. It is my sincere hope that the Bank of Ghana will continue its proactive engagement with stakeholders at the local, regional, and international levels. This commitment is vital to delivering its mandate effectively and maintaining relevance in an ever-evolving and disruptive global environment. Thank you all for your apt attention, and may God bless us all.
I first would like to express my sincere thanks to the Bank of Ghana and Governor Addison for having involved the Central Bank of West African State, BCAO, in this historic event for the Bank of Ghana. Indeed, I am deeply honored to witness this inauguration ceremony of the Bank Square, the new headquarters of the Bank of Ghana. Far beyond the mere commissioning of a building, this moment symbolized a milestone in the evolution of this renowned institution and in the transformation of the Ghana financial landscape. I would like to thank, with great respect, and pay tribute to His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, for the vision and the leadership he has provided to make this inauguration a reality. His presence at this event is a testimony of his commitment to a strong and efficient financial sector in Ghana. This new headquarters is, in every respect, an architectural masterpiece. Its grandeur and elegance embody a clear and ambitious vision of a resilient central bank, resolutely forward-looking and ready to meet the current challenges of a rapidly changing world. It further reflects the Bank of Ghana's unwavering commitment to advancing Ghana's economic and financial sector for the country and its people. During the last 67 years, the Bank of Ghana has served its people very well and will continue to do so. In our current global environment, where economic and financial crises are interconnected, uncertainties abound, and challenges are multifaceted, it is essential for central bank to remain robust, responsive, and proactive. With this new headquarters, featuring a state-of-the-art infrastructure and cutting-edge technology, the Bank of Ghana is ready to adapt to fast-changing times while remaining true to the fundamental principle of a central bank, ensuring monetary and financial stability and fostering public confidence in the financial system. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Bank of Ghana and BCAO share common objective. Together, we have worked for decades to promote monetary, financial stability, economic growth, and regional integration in West Africa. This shared vision is rooted in our mutual determination to strengthen our collective capacity to address contemporary economic challenges. It aims to create an environment conducive to achieving our development goal within the framework of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. These include creating critical infrastructure, adopting innovative technologies, promoting financial inclusion and integration. I would like to recall the commitment made on October 11 in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, by their Excellencies Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, and Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, to working closely with other West African countries in order to strengthen regional economic and financial integration and achieve the objective of creating a monetary union. Our two central banks are subsequently actively working towards the realization of the single currency, as decided by our head of state. The achievement of this goal will be a milestone for greater economic and financial integration in West Africa, eliminating monetary and financial barriers, fostering intra-regional trade, and enhancing resilience to economic shock. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, by working together, we will build a more inclusive and efficient financial system and lay the foundation for a future where finance become a driving force for economic and social transformation. Every initiative, such as the one we are celebrating today, contribute to this objective of building a more prosperous future for generation now and to come. Allow me to take this opportunity to congratulate the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, my brother Ernest Addison. Your leadership and dedication to Ghana's economic and financial progress are at the heart of the achievement we are witnessing today. This new headquarters is an expression of your effort, your ability to rally energies, inspire your team, and reinforce the Bank of Ghana position as a solid and internationally respected institution. Thank you, Governor Addison. Finally, I wish to extend my congratulations to the Board of Directors, the management, and the entire staff of the Bank of Ghana for their contribution in the realization of this project. May this new headquarters serve as an incubator for talent and innovative ideas and stand as a reference for sustainable financial development, not only for Ghana, but for the entire West African region and the African continent. BCAO will continue to work hand in hand with the Bank of Ghana to reinforce our excellent collaborative relation in order to promote financial stability, support economic growth, and strengthen regional integration in West Africa. I wish continued success to the Bank of Ghana in its journey. Long live the Bank of Ghana. Thank you for your kind attention, and God bless you all.
The new headquarters of our central bank, the Bank Square. This monumental edifice represents more than just a physical structure. It symbolizes our nation's commitment to economic stability, financial integrity, and progress. As Minister for Finance, I acknowledge the critical role the central bank plays in shaping our economic destiny. This new headquarters will therefore provide a conducive environment for the bank's dedicated staff to execute their mandate with efficiency and effectiveness. Many people, some of them here today, have worked tirelessly to make this occasion a reality. And I would like to thank everyone involved in seeing this project through for a tremendous job. The journey to provide a befitting home for the Bank of Ghana started years ago. Undoubtedly, this impressive new facility represents an opportunity for us to realize the full potential of the central bank. On the heels of this new beginning, our nation will continue to rely on the bank and its staff to maintain its professionalism, constant pursuit of innovation, and most of all, a principled approach towards promoting macroeconomic stability, fostering financial inclusion, and driving economic growth. I have been fortunate to have worked with some extraordinary people in the bank. In particular, the leadership of the Bank of Ghana have proven themselves to be competent and committed to upholding the interests of the country above all else. This is even more important because today, Ghana, like many other developing countries, face a myriad of complex challenges, and our prospects will hinge heavily on delivering, among other things, confidence in the institutions managing our economy, trust in the rule of law, a stable social order, and an effective government. The strong collaboration between the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Ghana have been instrumental in steering our economy out of the crisis we faced. Indeed, we must recognize that our nation is strongest when we each draw from our strengths and meet our responsibilities with a commitment to leave a legacy beyond our time in public service. And based on this collaboration with the bank, I can report, Mr. President, that you have steered this economy to strong recovery. The economy is getting stronger and stronger by the day under your leadership. Macroeconomic stability is returning faster. Growth has exceeded targets, and you've invested heavily in infrastructure and human development. And we also know that the banks are posting strong, impressive performance across key financial ratios. We thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. I would also like to use this opportunity to say to my friend, I call him Father, Governor Addison, I am incredibly proud of you and honored to have worked alongside you and made it here, coming right away from my constituency to witness a monumental legacy event. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bank Square is a bold addition to the consequential legacy of His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And we celebrate you, Mr. President, on this occasion. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely hope that this building will continue to hone the talents of good people with great energy who have a shared vision of promoting and maintaining the financial stability of our great nation. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and may God bless our country.
Management. Edwas. In Chima, I didn't feel that. In Chima, and fear you see son said, I'm saying, I will have one. I'm about a bonum. When the young and I are called a dad. I'm a metras and a matronum cacra. And Chevia don't find me better. Is that why you know, dear? What's a gun and mamma? A beer so before so. More neo. When no one penny for you know. Now maybe I know. Another damn cry Becassa. I'm penny. One no yet. I'm paying a bed yet. Mamma Quaba. Crowda Gamancha. A more Quaba. O two for set your bed yet. A cinema on Frenchman. And see more Quaba. A side you for what you're for penny. Tinny. I couldn't know near an train. Mamma, you are Quaba. Mamma, my dear. I don't know. Money I jump. Or maybe I got an inquiry Jessica Samson. Now we are baby pap. To me, I grandpa. I didn't answer, pa. I'm in Chiman Fire. I need you. I know be near winning. Nina, one answer. Oh, my penny. Send me I said, I pace here and come out when no bed yet. A bland one so cassa. Nana, my Musua more. I'll be up in one at some of this year. May the same way more quaba, but Nakaso.
Jose Krachi on the Seprewa. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the President of our Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
Jose Krachi Midase. Eminent clergy, the First Lady, Vice President, Mr. Vice President, erstwhile Deputy Governor of the bank, the Chairman and members of the Council of State, National Security Coordinator, Minister for Finance and Member of Parliament for Karaga, Minister for the Interior and Member of Parliament for Ayawaso Central, the Acting Secretary to the President, Secretary to the Vice President, and officials of the Presidency of Ghana, Governor of the Bank of Ghana, First and Second Deputy Governors, the Secretary to the Board, staff and retired staff, governors of sister central banks and former governors, the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, the President of the Ghana Association of Bankers and Managing Director of GCB, NIGA, and other traditional rulers, members of the diplomatic corps, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very grateful for the invitation to be here this morning as we gather to celebrate the commissioning of the Bank Square, the magnificent new headquarters of the Bank of Ghana. This is an occasion of immense significance, not only for the bank, but for the entire nation, as we continue to consolidate the pillars of a modern and resilient economy. Let me extend my warmest welcome to all present here today, particularly our distinguished guests from far and near, including my good friend, Jean-Claude Cassibru, Governor of the Central Bank of West African States, the former President of the ECOWAS Commission. Akwaba, et vous êtes très bienvenue au pays frère du peuple ghanéen. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks a historic milestone in the remarkable journey of the Bank of Ghana. A journey that began in 1957, the year of our independence. Established as the central institution for economic management at the dawn of Ghana's sovereignty, the Bank of Ghana has been an enduring symbol of our nation's economic independence and resilience. Over the decades, the bank has played a pivotal role in the evolution of our economy, serving as the bedrock of monetary stability and financial regulation. It has provided the necessary framework for the pursuit of macroeconomic stability, enabling the realization of our collective aspirations for socio-economic progress. The commissioning of the Bank Square today is a testament to the bank's vision, maturity, and enduring relevance. This architectural masterpiece not only stands as a symbol of financial strength and stability, but also reflects Ghana's commitment to modernizing her institutions to meet the demands of a fast-changing world. The journey to this new edifice was born out of necessity and foresight. The original headquarters, which has served the bank since 1957, had become inadequate to support the evolving scope and complexity of the bank's operations. Over 6 decades, the bank has been transformed in response to the dynamism of Ghana's economy, necessitating facilities that are both modern and secure to discharge effectively its mandate. The Bank Square is a declaration of intent. It embodies the resilience of our institutions and the aspirations of our people. Beyond its aesthetic grandeur, it represents a hub for financial innovation, a center for collaboration among policymakers, industry leaders, and experts, and a landmark that underscores our commitment to a sustainable future. Its eco-friendly design and cutting-edge technologies serve as reminders of our duty to future generations to build responsibly and sustainably. Ladies and gentlemen, as we stand here today, we're not only celebrating the physical structure of this imposing complex, but also acknowledging the progress of our economy which this edifice symbolizes. Recent data from the Bank of Ghana paints a picture of resilience and promise. Ghana's economy is on a recovery trajectory, with provisional GDP growth of 6.9% recorded in the second quarter of 2024, driven by robust performances across all sectors. Non-oil GDP growth of 7% attests to the dynamism of our economy. Indicators of economic activity, such as construction, industry, agriculture, consumer demand, and tourism, show encouraging signs of continued improvement. Inflation, which stood at a staggering 54.1% in 2022, has been reduced sharply to 22.1% as of October 2024, reflecting the effectiveness of the Bank of Ghana's monetary policy interventions. There is every indication that the downward trend in the rate of inflation will continue, evidenced in the reducing prices of foodstuffs and petroleum products. This stabilization has renewed confidence among households and businesses, reinforcing a sense of optimism for the future. On the external front, Ghana's trade surplus now stands at an impressive $2.78 billion United States dollars, with gold and crude oil exports leading the way. Our international reserves, at $7.5 billion United States dollars, provide critical buffers against external shocks, further demonstrating the prudent stewardship of the Bank of Ghana in navigating global uncertainties. These achievements are a reflection of the bank's unalloyed commitment to sound monetary and financial policies. His role as the custodian of Ghana's economic stability remains indispensable as we strive for inclusive and sustained growth. This new headquarters will serve as the command center for the bank's operations, fostering innovation, collaboration, and excellence in its service to the nation. It will also reinforce the bank's capacity to advance critical financial sector reforms, enhance regulatory frameworks, and improve the investment climate for both domestic and international stakeholders. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the management and staff of the Bank of Ghana under the impressive leadership of Governor Ernest Addison and his two skillful deputy governors, First Deputy Maxwell Opoku-Afare and Second Deputy Elsie Awadzi, for their strong dedication and professionalism. Their efforts have contributed significantly to the progress we're witnessing today, and their legacy of excellence is assured. I must also commend the visionaries, the architects, engineers, and contractors who brought the Bank Square to life. This iconic structure, built by a Ghanaian entity, Kwaku Bediako's Gold Key Properties Limited, is proof of their creativity, expertise, and perseverance. It stands as a landmark of pride for the people of Ghana and a beacon of our financial future. As we celebrate this achievement, let us also reflect on our shared responsibility to continue building an economy that is stable, inclusive, and prosperous. Let the Bank Square remind us of the importance of sound governance, visionary leadership, and unwavering commitment to the well-being of all Ghanaians. Accordingly, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my singular honor and privilege to declare the Bank Square officially commissioned as the new headquarters of the Bank of Ghana.
Amen.